So you can get a copy of Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones with introductions by me, Reverend Elliot, that put the book in context and explain how it was relevant back then. There were barely any telephones in 1919. There was no radio in 1919, so there was no television. Movies were just flickering black and white images. They didn't really do much. And they were mostly pedaled around from one theater to another on a bicycle, and they lasted 6 minutes. It's, you know, if somebody made, like in 1919, you had The Birth of a Nation, I believe was 1919. It revolutionized the film industry. It told a story in like 2 hours. Holy mackerel, you know, but even that was based on fear. That had, you know, it's a very controversial film then, it is now, but the point I'm getting at is Unmasking Fear will show you how, for more than 100 years now, I mean, the book is over 100 years old, but the things in the book were old when the book was written. The power structure is there to scare you and keep you scared and keep you in a state of panic and fear, because then you'll do what they want. You'll buy what they want. See, you'll see what they want. You'll interpret things through a lens of fear. That is not good, folks, and that'll kill you. You know, fear is good. Let's get that out of the way. Fear is an emotion that we have developed as human beings to serve us evolutionarily. The evolutionary advantage of fear is that it tells you that you're in danger and you will be able to take care of yourself. Constant fear is terror. That's no good. No, then, you know, that's the kind of stuff that Don Knotts used to make fun of, showing a guy who's in constant state of fear, and it was very funny. But we found it funny because we know it's true. So I want you to look at Unmasking Fear and consider getting this book and reading it. You'll find, I think, one review of the book at Amazon, which is horrible. But the person writing it has this bug up his intestines about religion. Because there is some stuff in there that it touches on religion. You can't not do it. I mean, what is a greater fear than do this or you're going to burn in eternal damnation? You know, there's all kinds of things that are being used to control us. Now, the person who wrote the book was not anti-religion, quite the contrary. In fact, he was a seriously religious person and spiritual person. And you know, you can misuse anything. But read the other reviews there at the link at Amazon.com. If you can find the link to it at Unmasking Fear at mojoacademy.org. There's links there. You can get it right from the printing press and save. I'll show you how to save 15%. It's not an expensive book anyway. And or you can buy it from Amazon. And you could go to Amazon, look at the reviews, and then buy it the way that saves you the most money. How's that? Take a look at mojoacademy.org for Unmasking Fear. It'll be right there on the homepage. You just scroll down until you find it. There's also a link, tinyurl.com/fear. Unmask/fear. That's the one. Look at that. I got so many of these tiny URL things that I get confused here. It's tinyurl.com/unmask-fear. But you'll find it at, you may find other editions at Amazon, but I think you should take a look at mine because being mine, of course, it's superior. And you get my writing too, my particular take on how this book applies to now. There isn't very much people think that applies from 1919, and it still works today. But let me tell you, you read that book, you will say, yeah, I know, I see, I know that. Oh, I know that. Yeah, I've seen that in action because there's a great movement to keep us in fear. How many people in America are living in a state of terror and fear? It's astonishing how many of us are. They're constantly in fear. And it's It's the basis of almost all elections. Sooner or later, they all start out happy and joyous. Sooner or later, they end up trying to scare you, and they succeed. I mean, they are good at it. These are experts. These are highly trained people who know how to scare us on a wide level. So I want you to just calm down as we approach Election Day. Early voting has started, so maybe you can get that out of the way if you want. But in the lead up to Election Day, it's going to get crazier and crazier, and I urge you to resist that. This is not an endorsement for any political party. That I leave to you, to your needs. I happen to believe that the expert in which party to vote for to fill your needs is you. And anybody who tells you otherwise is arrogant. That's no matter what their party is. They can make a suggestion. They can say, if you feel this, then I humbly suggest you vote for me, but you don't hear that. You hear vote for me, or certain parts of your anatomy are going to fall off. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Now, there's a lot in the world to be afraid of. As I said, fear is important. You need fear. And I want to write something about that another time also, although there is a chapter on, look, this is going to be like synergy here. There's a chapter on the need for fear in Reverend Elliott Explains It All, another book about the esoteric philosophy. Guess who wrote that one? Because there is, like I said, anybody who's fearless is asking to be killed. Fearless is, I'll just jump out of the airplane. I'll check the parachute on the way down. No. Don't trust the guy who's fearless. No, they're reckless. What are the other feelings? Anger, there's another one that people get bred out of them. Have you seen people turn to children, little children, and say, don't you talk to me in that tone of voice, young man? Don't you raise your voice to me, little girl? No. But don't belittle their anger either. Don't say, oh, that is so cute. She threatened to skewer me with a tent pole. No. Anger is important. Anger is the emotion that tells you you've been mistreated. Out of control, anger becomes rage. And rage eats you alive in many ways. Not the least of which it gets you to do stupid things. Don't ever act out of anger. Never, never. I mean, that's right up there. You married men will understand this. There's things you never say to your wife, just like your mother. Oh, brother. Ooh, talk about unleashing the whirlwind, right? So I want you to take a look at unmasking fear. If this constant barrage of psychological warfare designed to keep you in a state of panic and fear is taking a toll on you, and you may not even know it, then I urge you to read this book that will show you how it's done, why it's done, who's doing it, and what you can do about it. It's called Unmasking Fear, because fear is important. You want to know how important fear is? I'll tell you how important fear is. Lying. Nobody's ever been able to persuade me otherwise concerning what I'm about to tell you. This is not Reverend Elliott's rule number 1 in life. This is maybe rule number 1A or 1B or maybe 2, but it's right up there. We only lie to people we fear. There's no other reason to lie to people than you are afraid of what's going to happen if you don't lie to them. And that means you fear the person. We can discuss that if you want to call in and, as you do a reading, if you want to ask about that or argue with that. Because I know I have enough respect for you as an audience that I know that your argument is going to be beyond saying, is not. You'll say, gee, Reverend Elliot, I know you're a world-recognized authority on just about everything, but, in my dreams, right? But I respectfully disagree, and we can discuss it. I'd love to do that. I am fully aware of the fact that if I disagree with somebody, I must give myself the option of considering that I'm the one who's wrong. Or maybe neither of us is wrong, but that's where we are. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. That really advances the culture, doesn't it? So keep in mind, as the election gets more and more bizarre, and it will. I mean, we haven't seen the end of crazy time yet. Unmasking Fear by Lloyd Kenyon Jones with a foreword and a prologue by Reverend Elliot. You can find that at mojoacademy.org. I'm taking a little more time here, not just to shill a product, but I truly believe in this book. And I absolutely believe that it will help you. It will help, and even if you're fine, even if you're onto it, even if you know all about it, it'll add to your ammunition in terms of being able to explain it to people, perhaps. Not that you're not eloquent. I know you are, or you wouldn't be listening to this show and calling in. See, that's the other thing. What is the greatest fear? Speaking of fear, what is the greatest fear people have? Public speaking. Well, you guys who are going to call in tonight, you beat that. You're going to call in and talk to a complete stranger, and you're going to open up yourself, and you're going to speak honestly about things going on in your life. So the least I can do is respect that by treating you with dignity and respect and honesty myself. And that's what I always strive to do. Unless you're a pain in the neck, which has only happened once, by the way. I think in all the years I've been doing this, there's only been one person who tried to be a wise guy. And oddly enough, I knew the person. What if familiarity breeds contempt, right? Well, he's no longer with us. Not that the two have anything to do with each other, but there you go. So listen, that's it. Please keep in mind, there are some very highly paid people. I'm not talking about people being paid millions of dollars. I don't have millions of dollars. I have no idea what it would feel like to have millions of dollars. I mean, am I rich? Some people think I am. I mean, if I had to say anything, I would use the answer Richard Pryor used to give. I'm a thousandaire. Yeah, but no, I just want you to know that there are people who have ruminated on these great topics like fear and manipulation of the public since long before we graced this planet. And make no mistake about it. I mean, don't ever sell yourself short. You're here for a reason, which means you are gracing this planet. You know who I'm talking to. You are here for a reason. Now, tarot and the esoteric arts are one of the things that help find what that reason is. You never know. You just don't know. This is why I never really made plans in my life. I had a rough outline of what I wanted to do in life, but I never made plans about saying, well, I'll do this and I'll do that and then I'll get here and I'll get there. I knew people who did that. I knew people who mapped their lives out to the last degree. One had everything fixed up so that he would retire at 50. He almost made it. He retired at 51 and then he died. So that's kind of sad. But he got it. He got what he wanted. I have known people who all I want is to be rich and famous. And I used to say to them, pal, if that's all you want, you'll get it. But you're going to find out that then you're just going to be the same person you always were, except now you have loads of money and everyone knows who you are. But you'll still be the same to you inside. And they've killed themselves. I've known some highly successful people. You too. You know who they are. Some of these people that I've known, their suicides made it into the news. It's a nice, cheerful subject, isn't it? But you see, this is what I'm talking about in terms of fear. We all carry fear with us. Let's embrace the fear. Let's learn let's learn to live with fear and use fear to increase our awareness of the world around us, and do not, under any circumstances, let highly paid technicians exploit that human emotion of fear to mess up your life or my life. And that's why I say I would like you to read Unmasking Fear. And then you can call in sometime and we can discuss that too. I'm here not just to read the tarot cards, but to look into the esoteric aspect of life. Something that I arrived at quite accidentally many years ago. And like I said, I hadn't planned for it. It's almost like it planned for me. So listen, let's get right to it. After a half hour. Let's get right to the readings here and see how many we can get in. I will ring a bell now to declare sacred space. The cards are shuffled up, and then we'll get to reading the tarot. There. Now we'll pull the curtain on the magical window and speak to Lindy in Australia.
Hello.
Hi, Lindy. Hi, Lindy.
Yes.
How are you?
Hi, Reverend Elliot, is it? I'm good, thank you. Thank you for taking my call.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
So you were about to ask something.
Do I ask something, or do you just pull a card?
Whatever you would like. Is there something you want to look at?
Oh, well, I have been listening to your discussion on fear, so I guess this is...
Well, that's interesting. Do you want to look at that?
Listening to on YouTube. Is my money safe where it is in a big bank?
Is your money safe in a big bank?
Yeah.
Okay, let me shuffle that up.
Finances, work.
Well, the first card I have is the moon, and the moon is about the unconscious mind. I'm going to this is no great wizardry, but given the nature of your question and the nature of the card, I'm going to say that you have a bit of anxiety about this, correct?
Yeah, because I'm not working at the moment because I'm 64, so I don't know whether to go back and, go and get a job.
Kid. You're 64, you're a kid.
Yeah.
I remember
I don't know
when
whether
I was 64.
I should go and get a job or whether I'm secure, do you know what I mean?
Well, I've got some cards here that show that you're a very powerful person. I have the Magician card here. That's a person who can take spiritual energy and transform it to earthly energy. That's the broadest outline of the card, but it shows that you have that kind of ability. The 10 of Coins here is a very good card in terms of money. The 2 of Coins is about somebody who knows how to juggle money and balance money and make things happen with money. You're okay here, is what I see. Now, the thing is, I have the Page of Cups is here. That's the beginning of something emotionally in your life. So this is a very emotional... The unconscious mind and the Page of Cups and the coin cards tell me that money is important. This particular tranche of money is important to your well-being. But of course, we know that. I mean, here's another one, the 9 of Coins. I'm not seeing anything to worry about. I'm seeing cards like the 10 of Swords, which means you went through a rough period in life, but it's over, and things got better, and you're doing well. Here's the Page of Coins. Your relationship with money is quite decent. Let's put it that way, according to these cards.
Okay.
But if you have any doubts, speak to the bank. Here's the Ace of Coins. I'm getting all these good money cards. That's the cards like you.
I guess it's just that fear of the bank's going to crash. All these changes.
You do have insurance, don't you, in the banking system in Australia?
Well, yeah, through the government.
Yeah, we have the same thing here.
The government's going to crash. So probably we will follow suit with what happens over there.
Well, money is an interesting thing because money is totally artificial, you know. I mean, and
yeah,
yet,
I know.
I mean, I had as a child in school, the best definition I ever heard of money was that money represents time worked, you know. And yet, so many people work really hard to try to get more and more money without working. You know,
Yeah.
so. But no, see, I have very positive, upbeat cards for you. I don't see any. The only thing I'm seeing is the moon, which shows that this is eating at you kind of unconsciously. You may be having disturbing dreams. But that you can deal with that. But I do see here's an interesting card, the Six of Swords. You are getting in life from where you are to where you want to be. Usually involving moving. The metaphor here is somebody moving a boat from rough waters to smooth waters. So you're doing that.
I've made some big changes. Yeah.
You're taking care of yourself, and it's working. Here's the three of the sun, which is health, healing, growth, happiness, and the three of coins. Notice you've got like every coin card in the deck here. Three of coins tells me, yes, because you didn't get the bad ones. You know, like the five. Ooh,
yeah.
Fives are nasty. The three of coins here tells me that there is a position coming your way, which is probably going to be a temporary assignment or a temporary job, but you will fulfill the requirements of that work and be recognized for having done so successfully, and that will lead to more things for you. So you're on the right path.
Okay, that sounds good.
Ace of Rods.
I appreciate your time.
The Ace of Rods confirms that. That means a new job. New career path. And you did mention you know, even at 64, it's always good even at 64 to look for something new, you know.
Yeah,
so why not? You don't want to get into a rut.
Well, I left two really good jobs and I made a really big move by myself. I just sold my house and packed up my car and moved.
Was there a reason was there a specific reason behind this? Was there a goal you were looking at?
What you said, the bad time, my husband died, my house burnt down. It was a tough time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
But,
that's. I saw the tough times in here, but but that card means that those times are over. That's what's good about it.
Yeah, I feel that too. Yeah, I feel that too.
So I
really appreciate that.
I see good things coming your way.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's good.
My pleasure.
Yeah. So do I have to go searching for a job or should I just...
No, there's something coming there's something coming your way. I see it.
Okay.
I even get the Six of Coins here, which is a card of if there's something you want to do, you may even get an investor, a backer. So that's a card of philanthropy and money coming your way. You're going to do fine financially, according to these. But if you have any doubts, you should look into a new bank, you know. Why not, right?
Well, I have split my money. I have gone to two now.
Good.
Yeah. Well, I just want the kids to have something, and I go, not that I'm planning to go, but you know what I mean?
Oh, listen, I do know. I mean, I that's why I missed a bunch of shows after going for a checkup and finding out that I'm close to checking out. But we're working on keeping me alive.
Oh.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready to go yet.
And I will. Good on you. I'm not either. So I'm going to get that book unmasked. Yeah, that sounds good.
I think it helps. It's one of my favorite books. That's why I reprinted it from my publishing company with my own addition to the front. Well, anyway, I'm going to light a candle to send positive energy your way. But I think you've got plenty of it going for you. Trust me, these cards are really good.
Thank you so much. I do trust you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye. And I realize one of my cardinal rules in life is don't ever trust somebody who says trust me. And I just said trust me. So I don't know. I guess I don't count, right? I'm above all that. Let's go to Crystal in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Hi, Crystal. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there. Hi, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good. I hope everything's going to go well for you and your health. I'm sending love and light your way.
Thank you. There's so many people doing that I feel I just got a bunch of lab reports in, and the numbers are much better. They're still disastrous, but they're much better. So that's a start.
I'll keep sending beams. Yeah.
I appreciate it, and that I want to make sure I mention that in almost every show, because I hear from members of the audience all the time, sending me energy and healing energy and health and Reiki energy, and I just I know that's why I'm doing better now than I was a couple of weeks ago. So what can I look at for you, Crystal?
Well, I'm interested in learning a little bit about my business and where I'm at there, and then my money overall and my love life.
Well, here you go. The Two of Rods is the first card I've got here. The rods are about commerce and business and career. That is, you've done some things, and you may be going into partnership with somebody else. You're waiting for something to happen. Followed by the Ace of Cups, which is the beginning of all things romantic and emotional and good. And here's the Three of Rods. This is the other card. This is like the partner card to the Two of Rods. The Three of Rods is where the things materialize, but now you're waiting for it to yield results. Shows a person looking out over the bay, and there's two little ships in the distance. Well, those ships are the businesses that this person has started, and they're off to do business, and the person is just waiting for them to come back. And the threes also indicate completion. So there will be a bit of an opportunity for a good partnership, and also there will be things happening.
Are they boat related partnerships, or is that just
no,
a
it's
metaphor?
Not. That's just a metaphor. Yeah, it's not literal in that sense.
Okay.
But these are I like those two cards, and when they show up together like that, what's important to me is between them is the Ace of Cups, which is really good, and then I've got the Ten of Coins, which is absolutely marvelous. That's perfected happiness in terms of money and family and lineage and heritage and all kinds of good things. But it's good. It's financially it's excellent. It's quite good. Something new is coming because I've got the Ace of Rods here. That's the 1, 2, and 3 now I've got. So something is coming. And it's coming soon because I have the 8 of Rods. The rods they love you, these rods, And then, of course, now this is the other half you asked about, the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups indicates a new relationship, the beginning of something new with somebody new. Or if you're in a relationship already, it's the relationship coming to a new level.
Any insights about who that might be?
No, I don't see anything that deeply.
Because there's a couple in my midst, in my energy.
Well, it's going to happen with at least one, because I got the Page of Cups. See, the concept of the court cards begins with the Knight, which is like a potential. The Knight is on horseback and is jumping around and can be very unpredictable. The Page is the end of the thing. It's the appearance. It's the actual physical appearance of this.
Of a relationship.
Yeah, and here now the next card I have is the Queen of Cups. You've got the whole thing going here. That's telling me that there's something coming. And it'll be very good. Right now, immediately, what's going to be coming is more of in a business nature, because of the rods. But after that is when once the business stuff is settled, then the romance is going to flourish. So now the important thing here is the Temperance card. That if you have felt that there's things in your life that are not in balance, this is the card that says they will be returning to balance. Your life will regain balance. And
I just got divorced last year.
Oh, and I wanted to ask about that only because I see the next card is the Hierophant, which is traditionally in this genre the card of wedding.
Yeah.
So you may be doing it all over again. You know, I had a marriage that was just such a wonderful marriage. It lasted 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days, but who's counting? And after that, I've been married to the same person for 40 years.
Wow.
So
yeah.
it can be
I
done.
was married for 15, so, and then just split a year ago, and so kind of focused on working on myself, and now I'm open to just being courted, you know?
Yes, and the world is the card I have for you, which is the card of great success, assured success. You know, there's still some lingering sadness. That's the Three of Swords. It shows a heart pierced by swords, and it's crying. So there's still...
My dog died last Saturday.
Oh, no, okay.
He was 16.
You know, life does this to us, isn't that why? Yeah. I mean, it's just it keeps happening. Now, you know, there are only people who have had that many years with an animal companion can understand how bad that is. You know, the other, you know, look, you can get a new dog, you know, that kind of stuff. But no, that doesn't work that way. Because you can't get that dog. Although there's, down here in New York, in the Gramercy Park area, there's a unique little business for like $100 and something thousand. They'll clone your pet.
For cloning? Yeah. I thought about it. But I can just connect with them in the 5D, right?
Yeah, and there's also, you know, you always have the memories. As a teen, we had a German Shepherd, and that was like the smartest person I ever knew. You know, who was non-human, you know. And
I know, right? My dog choreographed.
I still think of that guy.
Yeah,
so
it's beautiful.
People don't understand the depth of that because it's, you know, it's as grotesque as when a woman suffers a miscarriage and somebody will invariably say, well, you can always have another. You know, they think they're saying something nice, and they're not. And I've seen that.
People don't understand how to live in grief.
No, because grieving has been pathologized. I mean, I was... Many years ago, I was listening to a local radio program hosted by a psychiatrist actually, and a person called and said, I'm depressed. I've got a terrible depression. Do I need medication? This was around the time that Prozac came out, so it was a new thing. I said, well, what if something happened in your life to make you feel depressed? He said, well, my sister died, my brother died, my father died, my mother died, my uncle died, all in the last 4 months. I said, you're not depressed, lady, you're grieving, you know, but we've turned it into a disease.
Yeah.
And we have to understand, of course, I believe that there's certain losses that never fully leave us. We just absorb it and we deal with it. Yeah, but it never fully goes away, you know, and it's sad. Owing to the bizarre circumstances of my life, I was never able to, for instance, grieve the loss of my parents. It was just, these were people I barely knew. They loved having a child, but they didn't like to have an adult, you know. I mean, so they didn't know how to raise kids themselves. So I understand, and I don't hold it against them, but I don't know what it feels like to lose a parent. And I'm an old man, and I've lost both my parents died, but you know, it was a different world. My mother came from a European aristocracy line where she only saw her parents at dinner time and was raised by the help. So she had no idea. And of course, I was pretty annoyed about that for many years until I understood that it doesn't always work, but in this case, I think it was, she did the best she could. But it was, of course, horrific. It wasn't very good. But what can I tell you? But I have no idea what that feels like, to grieve the loss of a parent. So all you can do is be with the person who's grieving and hold the hand, if literally or figuratively, and get us through. But the way you're talking about it seems to me that you're very healthy about this. You understand it. You're living with it and absorbing it, and you're not letting it destroy you. even though it hurts. See, we don't like pain.
He died on Saturday, so it's still pretty fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't like pain. Well, some of us do, and some of us pay for it. But when you don't strike me like that. But that's a fetish. That's not real pain. Real pain is the joke about the masochist and the sadist, and the sadist says to the masochist, "Hurt me," and the masochist says, "No." There you go. You see, there's no. It's a very strange thing, and we have to grieve the way we grieve. You've grieved enough. Have you? Boy, when that nothing riles me like people saying, "I think you've grieved enough." Then I feel like saying, and I think you've had your front teeth long enough, and bang, no, we don't resort to violence in a civilized world. We grieve as long as we need to grieve. Now, if the grieving makes it impossible for you to live your life normally and at all, you may want to seek some help. But
I am. I am, and I'm actually dating somebody who recently had a big loss. So we kind of understand one another and are supporting each other through it. So that's been really helpful.
Loss is an interesting thing. I came to a conclusion when I was an adolescent that the main value of our first love is how we handle losing it. So we deal with that, and there are ways in terms of the occult tradition and esoteric lore, because it's all about balance. And this is why I like that I got the card here that shows that your life is a bit out of balance now. Why not? You've had losses, but that balance will be returned. And that's very good. With some people, I've read cards and said, you better get to some help professionally fast because you're not getting any better. But I see that balance, the restoration of balance, is in your cards. Okay. Now, here's a hint for it. The card I have now is the Three of Cups. That is about achieving what you need through friends and other people. So that's good. The socializing is good. That's something I need to do a little more of, a little better. I'm not very social. I mean, my wife and I spent 20 years running a newspaper. You don't make friends doing that. So, but we do have some friends scattered around the country. But you will get what you want, and you will get what you need, and you'll do it with the aid of close people around you and friends. But you're headed on a really good path. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, I've got to run. I want to see if I can get one more call in before the end, which is climbing up on us real fast. But
okay, thanks so much, Elliot.
Well, it's been great talking to you. It's helped me sort a few things out in my mind also. So this is a two-way street, right? We work with each other.
Of course it is. Thank you for the opportunity.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And Danielle in Melbourne is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi,
Hello, Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How's Australia today?
Yeah, very hot. Very hot. I'm just waiting for the kids to pick up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're heading into summer there, right?
Yeah. I'm in the country, so it's a bit warmer than the city of Melbourne, but it's beautiful.
So what can I look at for you? I would say tonight, but over there in the daytime.
Yeah, look, I'm pretty open to anything, really, in general. I've had a few major life changes, and so I just wanted to see what's coming or what I need, any advice.
Well, I'll tell you that I see the Hermit card is here, and that tells me that you're going to have somebody who will be like a mentor who is going to help you through whatever you're going through now. If you feel that you need some help with things, it looks like there's going to be the appearance of somebody who will help guide you to get to where you want to be. The Six of Coins is here, which is a nice card. That's about getting money. It's a card of philanthropy.
Right.
If you were starting a business, let's say, that means you'd be able to find backers. The High Priestess is here. That's kind of a piece with the Hermit card. The High Priestess tells me that you have great insight and spiritual powers, and that you can see behind the veil. And now this time of year, the veil between this world and the next is very thin, hence things like Halloween, So I think you're going to be okay. The World card is here. That's assured success. There's changes in your life, and for the better. The Ten of Swords is here. I had that earlier. That means there was some troubles and some bad things happened, but it's over. The bad times are done. And here's the page. And the Page of Cups is here, which is a card that I had explained it to someone earlier, is about the appearance of a relationship and romance and happiness. And if you're in a relationship, it means it'll reach a new level. But that's pretty good.
Yeah, I've been single a very long time. So, yeah.
Here's the Ace of... Yeah, I know you are. Here's the Ace of Cups. It's the same thing. And the Ace of Coins. That's telling me all these cards are significant in that you're going to have money and romance coming your way, which is pretty good. I mean, there's worse things to happen in life, but that's coming.
Absolutely.
You're about to enter. Do you feel it? You're about to enter a new phase of life.
Yeah, I'm feeling something's coming.
Yes.
I'm a single mum, so it's been quite a tough 10 years. We've had a lot of changes, and I just feel that everything's finally coming into place.
The card here I've got signifies the end of one period in life and the beginning of another, with a sunrise and a sunset, and that's pretty good. And here's the sun. The card is of health and healing and growth and happiness. You're headed for a very, very, very good period of life.
Great. That sounds amazing. That sounds so good. I've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah. Here's something important. Keep this in mind, because things fluctuate. This is the card called the Fool. The Fool. Now that doesn't mean you're a nitwit. The Fool is the person who's the beloved of God. The card of the Fool, had there been any negative cards in that reading, it would have eliminated the negativity. This means that you have great spiritual guardians watching over you, so you will be fine. Yeah, you're getting where you want to be. And here's the Lover's card. So things are coming along for you. What you want, you're going to get. Yeah, the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is about happiness and fulfillment and having so many good things in life that there's even a warning that people will be jealous. And here's the Judgment card. The Judgment card refers to an awakening, a new life. So yeah, that's two cards I see indicating that strongly that a new phase of life is starting for you. And here's Eight of Rods, which means it's happening now. So things are changing.
Fantastic.
I'm not going to say they're going to change. They are changing now, and for the better.
Yeah.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I've got to run. I've only got a couple of minutes.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much, Elliot.
My pleasure. I hope to hear from you again. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And that's it. We've come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that asks the question, what is he talking about? Well, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the deep mysteries of life. I'm talking about the magical window, which lets us see into the future, lets us see what's happening, what the influences in our lives are. If you want to learn how to do this yourself, I recommend strongly my book called, believe it or not, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It comes with a CD that has actual readings that I've done for people. You can hear points of the book illustrated, so keep that in mind also. You can get that at Amazon. It's a signed edition. It's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And you can do this too. There was a time when almost everybody knew how to do this. And then, we lost touch with this and we started to fall in love with our machines. And that was that. But the spiritual side, we neglected at our own loss. Dare I say, our own risk, because there's so much to learn and there's so much guidance to be achieved. So the books I mentioned tonight are Reverend Elliot Explains It All, Unmasking Fear, and Reverend Elliot's Magical Window if you want to learn tarot reading yourself. And then you can not have to call me at all, and you can put me out of business, and you can start your own tarot service and drive me out of the house and into the gutter. You want to do that? Fine. That's the thanks I get for 10 years of doing this show. Right. So don't forget, I got to go. We're up against it now. So just, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift back to the universe. I'll see you here next week. Bye-bye now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Spiritual Connections with Psychic Medium Cindy. Psychic Medium Cindy. Live from Facebook.com/Psychic Cindy. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Spiritual Connection on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome to the show. Happy full moon in Aries tonight. For those of you that have full moon tonight, it is also known as the Hunter's Moon, the moon of the last harvest of the year. So there's 3 harvest moons, and this is the last one, which was, and still is, but was certainly very, very important to people in their past to make sure that they had everything that they needed to get through to the winter, right? But spiritually, we often talk about full moons as being about, releasing, and this one isn't actually. This one, you've done all that. You've done that so many times this year with every full moon that does come around, and I've said to you, it's time to release and let go and heal. Well, I think you have. This is the one. This is the one that's about new beginnings, a new chapter in your life. For many of you, you are going to see changes. People in your lives, this could be family, friends, coworkers, whatever, that are not going to be there anymore because you're moving on to a new chapter. Maybe you're not moving on to a new city. And whatever it is, it's time to embrace it, because these are the things that you've asked for. So you've asked all year for, good things to come in, new things to come in. It's not always what you think it's going to be, right? It's not always exactly how you think it's going to go down, but it's okay, because this is what the spirit world brought you. So that is my rant about this Aries full moon. It has been a little wonky, though, I have to say. It's been a bit of a weird week for me, but I've been working a lot, so I just blame it. Sometimes I'm just being tired, but definitely people are a little bit edgy. So just remember that over the next few days, because that energy will dissipate like it always does. But please embrace your journey. Embrace your new path. Take advantage of this new chapter, because it's really exciting. I'm just going to pull a few cards. These are my Earth Magic cards, which I love using for full moons and new moons and all of that stuff we have here. So we have the Milky Way is the first card that I pulled, which is all about perspective. And usually certainly in tarot, if you get the Hangman, it's all about seeing things from a different perspective. And I think that that's what these new beginnings in this new chapter has to be. Like I had just said, you need to embrace it. And, in some ways you're going to have to look at it from a different experience, from a different perspective. But look at this, like you cannot make this up. Look at this. This is the full moon card. This is the completion card. This is it. Like this is the end of the old cycle and moving into the new cycle, moving into that new beginning and that new chapter of your life, which is very, very exciting. And the last one card that I'm going to pull for you is the summer solstice. Not really as worried about the summer solstice, but definitely the radiance, because this is truly your time to shine. You have planted your seeds, and it is now your turn. So I'm very excited for the collective this evening. This is wonderful. We have Trish on the line from Princeton, Illinois. Or Tish on the line, from Princeton, Illinois.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Tish. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good, good. What can I do for you this evening?
I was wondering if there's any messages from my husband or a general reading.
Messages like, has your husband passed away?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring him in for you. I'm just going to take a sip of water because I'm feeling something's coming there. Okay, Tish, I'm getting the feeling that did your husband pass quite quickly? Kind of unexpected?
Yes, it was complications from a stroke.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So, is it like heart complications? Because I'm definitely getting some pains in my chest, but not that really matters. I'm just trying to I don't have a lot of time. So.
Yeah, I put him in a nursing home so I can finish packing because I wasn't able to take care of him. And while he was in the nursing home for that week, they said that he, I guess, just stopped breathing, and it was unexpected because he was doing good.
Yeah, and that's how I feel. And the first message that he gave to me was, I'm sorry. So I usually get that sorry when it's so quickly. when somebody's passed away quickly and they didn't get a chance to say goodbye. So that's the feeling that I'm getting from him.
Okay.
You know, and that which makes sense, right? Based on the situation. But I am going to tell you that he is definitely at peace and he is definitely healthy and happy. So the person that you saw at the end of his life, like in the nursing home, is not that person anymore, right? Like the symptoms are gone, the illnesses are gone. But he is telling me, I'm getting a little teary, so he's getting, you know what I mean? He's definitely quite emotional. But he definitely feel, what he's trying to tell me is that, you know, complications after the stroke or not, like this was his time. It was his time to go. He wasn't healthy. And it sucks living on earth when you're not healthy. Like it just does, you know?
Yeah.
And even though I know how much you miss him and that doesn't make it any better, but from his point of view, he was like, you know, my body just wasn't working anymore.
No,
and
he was bed bound.
Yeah, and that doesn't match his personality, right? Like for me, like what the personality that's coming through, like it's like, no, this needed to end. But please know that he is watching over you and he's always with you. Do you have children? Feel that you do?
Yes.
Okay, so it's the children that obviously he said he didn't get to say goodbye to everybody, but the children he's definitely watching over. You know what I mean? He's with the children all the time. He's saying to me, I know it's so hard for you to try to, you know, comfort them and explain everything to them. Because it doesn't really matter how old you are when you lose your parents, right? It's just hard to take it. And it's a lot of sadness, but let them grieve is what he's telling me. And just be there. You just have to be there. There's no right or wrong for any of this, and they are going to heal. They are going to heal.
Okay.
Oh, he's very sweet, eh? Does he have like a sister that has passed over? Or
yeah, he's got a sister that's alive, but his mom was carrying a child, and I don't know if it was a boy or a girl, but she had a miscarriage.
Oh, okay. Okay, because there's a sister with him. That's
okay.
Quite clearly. So that must be who it is. Wow. Oh, that's kind of nice. Like, you know, in a weird kind of way, in a medium kind of way, I guess. But you know what I mean? Like,
his mom passed 6 months before him, and his dad 5 years before him.
Oh, wow. So he's surrounded by a lot of people then, for sure.
That's good. That's good.
It is good. Oh, he's definitely pushing down on my heart. So he's somebody's got some heart issues going on. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Are you healthy? Are you feeling okay?
Yeah, under a lot of stress. It's been a year and a half, but it just feels like yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. It takes time. It takes time, Tish. You have to give yourself the time, you know, and there's no right amount of time to grieve a loss like this. Like, you know, some people will tell you, oh, you'll be better in a year. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't be better for 2 years, but it doesn't matter because it's your time to heal, right?
Right.
Just know that every day it's going to get better. And I want you to reach out to your husband. I want you to reach out to him and ask him for guidance, ask him to help you. Especially when you're having really bad days, just say, you know, like, I need you to be with me today. I need you to help me get through the day. And he will. He absolutely will.
I talk to him every day in the car. I ask him to play her favorite song. You know.
Oh, good. Because he so wants to do that for you. He so wants to do that.
And the family home, his half now goes to me and the other half goes to the sister. And I've just been dealing with a lot of stress with that. And I'm just waiting for her to get things together so it can be sold. It's been 9 months since she was supposed to sell the house, and it hasn't sold yet. She's just taking her time, and she won't give me the rest of our stuff out of the house. And it's just stressful.
That is very stressful. It's either you need to talk to somebody about that, or somebody somebody else needs to talk about something, because my throat chakra was closing over there for a bit. And it's usually a sign that somebody needs to talk about something. So either you need to talk to somebody about getting all of that legal stuff under control, right? Maybe you just have to have like a really honest, direct conversation with the sister, you know? Maybe that's all it's going to have to be. But, or the other thought that came to my mind is that maybe one of your children need to talk to somebody, like, you know, and because they're having a hard time, like maybe a harder time than you're realizing. And like, I'm not saying that for sure. I'm just saying that these are the things that are kind of coming across because my throat chakra was getting a little wonky there.
Yeah, I understand.
Does that make sense to you? Yeah. You know what? And
it does.
You could be the person that they need to talk to. You know what I mean? Really, like, just because you know it's getting. How long has it been since he's passed? Did you say a year? A little over a year.
July last year. It's been a year and a half.
Just all right, a year and a half. Well, that's not very long. So you know, just be there for your kids. Like, you know, just be the way you've been for your kids, because they love you so much and he loves you so much. And I'm so happy to hear that you're talking to him all the time. That means so much to the spirits.
I get in the car and I look up to the sky and I love you, Dan. Every time I get in the car, every time I go to bed, I tell him I love you to the ashes, and I talk to him.
I think that he's probably a little bit closer to you than you realize, because I am getting, like, I only have like another minute, but I just want to tell you, Tish, when you get that fuzzy feeling like around your arms and stuff sometimes, or like sometimes you get like little chills when you're sitting like watching TV and stuff, that's your husband giving you a hug. Okay? That's him.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing, because I get chilled goosebumps all the time.
That's what he told me. So I want you to take care. You and your children, okay? Thanks for calling in.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Zodiac Zone with Melissa Markham. Live from mmastrovibes.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Zodiac Zone on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa Markham from Zodiac Zone. So let's just get right into it tonight. Tonight is a full moon in Aries. And I have to say that it's really kind of a hard moon compared to other full moons. I would suggest that you don't manifest during this moon because anything in Mars can indicate anger. It could indicate, in a lot of ways, violence. I would pretty much bet that the hospitals tonight are going to be loaded with people, unfortunately, as far as accidents or some kind of dispute, something like that. It's just not the kind of moon to really manifest in, per se. But on the polarity, Mars could also promote passion and hardworking, as far as, very driven into what you're trying to accomplish. So when we look at signs and we look at anything with astrology, we always have to look at the polarity of things. People ask me all the time, what signs are good, what signs are bad? There's always the good and the bad, the polarity to every sign. And when we look at that and how they're represented, that is what we look at. So I would say the whole thing with the moon tonight is to release, because full moons are always about releasing something. So it's really about releasing things that either annoy you, anger you, you're not feeling passionate about, and people can trigger these things inside of you. So just think about things before you make rash decisions, and always look at the spiritual aspect of things. I just was doing a reading tonight. I told my client, I said, it's always best to look at the spiritual aspect of things, because we get so caught in the human day-to-day things that we have to look at things that there's always a purpose and reason. And people sign soul contracts. So even intuitively, if you're feeling your child, your loved one, your mother, your sister, they're with the wrong person, they sign that contract together. So they're both supposed to get something out of it. And it's always for the evolution of the soul. So that's what I tell people. And it's really hard too when it's connected to you. If your child, your relative, your sister, brother, whatever the situation may be. So with that, I would say just, do what I said, as far as just release things that anger you. That is the message with tonight's moon. Oops. Anyway, so let's take a caller. We're going to have Angela from New York City. How are you, Angela?
Hi. Good, how are you?
Good. Have you ever had an astrology reading?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So what I am is an evolutionary vibrational astrologer. I'm really going to look at the sole purpose of why you're here and really understand what are some of the aspects in your chart and things that are holding you back from living your best life.
Okay.
What is your birthday, day, month, year?
May 4th, 1980.
May 4th, 1980. And the time you were born?
I think it was like 10:31.
10:31 a.m. a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And the city, state?
Flushing, New York.
Flushing, New York?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. I got that. Okay. So, like I said, I'm going to look at the sole purpose of why you're here. I would say this, if I look at your aspects, you're a south node and I'm sorry, I'll back up. I'm going to look at the nodes, which are elliptical points in the sky. They're very karmic. The south node represents previous lives. It represents early childhood. It represents energy that we already know. And the purpose is to get to our highest vibration, which is the north node, which is the polarity of energy. So you have your south nodes in Virgo in the second house of Taurus. And that rules your money, self-worth. You know, a house can rule 40 or 50 different things, but, you know, us astrologers tend to focus on, you know, the main things. The North Node is in Pisces in the 8th house. And I would say that you're very security driven, right? And you probably worry a lot. A South Node in Virgo worries. They are considered the warriors of the universe, you know, things, and sometimes it can be useless worrying about finances, worrying about your own, you know, your self-worth. Am I enough? Am I good enough to do these things? You know? So I would say the purpose for you, and there's a very good sign, and it's basically about letting that shit go. And I would have that sign somewhere in your house where you can look at it every day, because it's really about letting the universe take charge, using your intuition, you know, transforming all this stuff that does not work for you anymore, you know, and that is where you're going to find your purposeful activities. You have the sun in the 7th house, so career is very important to you. You have Venus there and the moon there. So I feel like your reputation, all of that is you know, very important to you. And it's really important for you to do what you love, what you feel passionate about, and to make money since it's all in Taurus. Your Chiron, when I talk about Chiron, is the wounded healer. It is in Greek mythology. It's considered a small planet or asteroid. It is in Cancer in the 12th house. I feel like, I don't know, it could have been early childhood where you felt not completely nurtured, and you might have been in the most perfect family in the world, but it was some kind of nurturing that you felt like you didn't receive, or something that was, you know, not copacetic with you when it came to that. And also in the 12th house, it could be really having trouble connecting to the universe and source, you know, where it's hard, right? Because you're worried about this and that. It's like, I really think that it's important for you to have an altar, have a sacred space for yourself where you can put your things, spiritual things, crystals, things that mean something to you. Have all that information or have that stuff there. Create a Akashic record around it, so you go there twice a day. You go there to at night to decompress, in the morning to feel alive. So, and it's really, like I said, about letting this stuff go that no longer serves you. So maybe tonight with this full moon in Aries, it's looking at your sense of self and saying, you know what, the stuff that annoys me and doesn't serve me, I'm going to let that shit go. Does this all make sense to you?
Yeah, like more like let go of like my past.
Right.
A lot of like
let go of the stuff that, because you didn't come here to make money. You came here to let stuff go, to get into the spiritual aspect and to trust in the universe, and to transform, and once you transform you, then you could pay it forward and help others on their journey.
Okay.
I mean, there's so much more I could tell you. But I mean, we have limited time tonight. I have 2 minutes before my show is over, but a very short show. But I just wanted to give you a tidbit of all of this. And if you ever want to go further, my website is mmastroVibes.com, and we can look at all the planetary alignments in your chart and take it from there.
All right. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to do that tonight.
Yep,
Very
exactly.
helpful.
Thank you so much, Angela. And you have a wonderful evening.
Bye-bye.
And like I said, I mean, I just wanted to reiterate, full moons are about releasing things. I tell all my clients, never start anything new on a full moon. Never start a business, never start maybe a relationship. It's really about endings, about letting stuff go that no longer serves you. You want to start things more on a new moon. New moon represents new beginnings. So tonight's assignment for all my listeners is to really just let things go that no longer, that, like I said, that annoy you, that no longer serve you, and step into being the best and most productive version of you that you can be. So that's what I wanted to tell you about tonight's full moon. And I look forward to seeing everybody next week. And the whole purpose is to tell everybody what's going on in that week. So thank you very much, and have a beautiful and blessed evening.
Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sessions with Spirit with Gene Rose. Live from Facebook.com/Tarot Readings by Gene Rose. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Sessions with Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Gene Rose, and I am the host of Sessions with Spirit. Before I begin, I would like to give a shout out to my wife and daughter who are watching. I love you both. I hope you guys enjoy the show tonight. Guys, we have the full moon coming up next week. It is, of course, the Hunter's Moon. This is a great time of year for release. So definitely create a list of things that you wish to let go of, as well as intentions, things that you want to sort of foster and bring in with this next moon cycle. I think that's going to be especially important and definitely one of the things that I'm going to be doing as well. Also, a little tip, if you have any smoky quartz, this full moon would be the time to charge it. I know I have a small smoky quartz tower that I am going to be charging. So just a little tip. Of course, you can charge any crystal during a full moon, but the Hunter's Moon is especially good for smoky quartz. Guys, welcome. Another week, another episode. I can't believe it. Tonight we'll be taking 2 live callers. And of course, I don't ever know what they are going to be requesting to be read on. So that's always a surprise. So I never know if it's going to be tarot or mediumship. And as always, I'm going to kick off the show with a reading from one of my followers, one of my Stiggies. And tonight, of course, I'm going to read for Kathy from New York, my home state. So you know I am very happy to be doing this reading. Kathy, oh my gosh, love, I'm so excited to be doing this. I'm going to pull for general. Reason being, and I know when people hear that word, they're like, oh gosh, like general, that seems kind of vague. It's like, actually, it isn't. It just means that anything and everything can come up in the cards, and the cards are not limited to just one area, such as like money or love or career. So I think that's especially important to know. That's one of the reasons why it is simply my favorite to pull on when I'm reading tarot. It just is one of those that kind of gives all the goods, you know, everything that you need to know, instead of a little bit of that and this, and it really does provide great guidance. So Kathy, let's see what the cards have to say for you tonight. So, my love, I feel like your theme is letting go of fears. Not letting things control you, specifically fear, right? First card was the 8 of Cups. That's going to refer to walking away from something or letting go of something. Could also refer specifically to an emotion, because remember, Cups is that emotion suit. It corresponds to the element of water. So all of that, the whole spectrum, the whole gamut of emotions, good and bad. You want to walk away and let go of those negative ones. So angst, fear, anxiety, doubt, anything that could be or serve as a blockage, you want to walk away from. Second card is the 7 of Cups, specifically in areas where you find that you are in a pattern or stuck in a pattern. Time to get off the hamster wheel, right? Time to get off. How you're going to do that is going to be the Devil card. The Devil card is going to refer to facing your fears head on. It also is going to refer to an abuse of power. It can also refer to fear, as I said before, and also being controlled by those fears. The Devil card also refers to like manipulation, being emotionally manipulated. Of course, fear can do that. You know, doubts, fears, and then, of course, those illusions, if we let them get, far enough from us. Then, of course, we have the beautiful Empress card. Anything that you're not sure of, it is perfectly fine to decide not to decide. There's no rush to make any decisions. In fact, I would take things in stride. Your final card was the beautiful Hierophant, and that card has to do with faith. So having that faith, not just in a higher power, but also in yourself and in the overall situation. That, for example, you can do it on your own. So not being scared, afraid. I did just pull one extra card for you, and it was the Five of Pentacles. That loss is going to be necessary for you to purge those things that are no longer serving you. So just be mindful of that and moving forward. Kathy, I hope that reading resonated with you and helped you out some. The point of readings is for us to receive not just the direction and insight we need, but also that advice, that kind of like light bulb moment where it's like, oh, okay, I am on the right path, or I am moving in the right direction. That is a great way to help us, is through readings. Because like I said before, it provides us that necessary insight. I think, my loves, I'm also going to pull, and I don't like using this word. I will spare you the why, but I will just say for everyone instead of the collective. And that is going to be an oracle from the Sovereign deck from Seasons of the Witch. I'm very particular about, of course, my decks in general, but specifically oracle decks. For example, I will not read with anything by Burning Virtue. Just not my cup of tea. So I'm very picky in regards to what oracle decks I do read from. In Seasons of the Witch, I have all of them. I do. They are definitely one of my favorites, for sure. That and anything by Patrick Valenza. So for the collective, I pulled Ancestors. They hiss a quivering so deep only roots of your soul can lift the nakedness hidden within the vows made in silence, an ancient chill walking upon the spine. Now, that card basically relates to that reminder that our loved ones, even though they are past, are still near us. They are. They don't go far. While they're not on the physical plane with us, they definitely are in the spiritual realm. And I can promise you that they do come and visit. That is how they always know, and especially in mediumship sessions. I love when a client receives confirmation, when a soul will bring up a moment, especially one from after they passed, where the only way that person could know was if they were there. That has to be probably one of my most favorite moments in a mediumship session. There really is no describing mediumship. I think one has to experience it for yourself. It is an experience. And when I say that, I am not trying to talk it down in any way, shape, or form. It just is phenomenal how spirit works and what spirit can do. I always say that the moment I am no longer excited during a reading is the moment that I will retire, because not for nothing, I love getting surprised by spirit. I do. So going back to the card, that is going to refer, like I said before, to our past loved ones being near us, being with us, and really guiding us through each day. Just because they're no longer with us does not mean that they're not there. And I know that could be a very hard pill to swallow, but it is, in fact, a reality. There's a reason why there are sayings such as there's life after death. It's not really over. It just is a new chapter. And that's it. So, guys, let me pick these cards up. I think we're going to do a caller soon, which I'm really excited for. So that I can't wait. I think we're going to do Shantae. Hello, Shantae. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How about you?
Oh, good. Good, love. Thank you so much for asking. What are we reading on tonight?
Well, I guess I was wanting some general as well.
Oh, amazing. One of my favorites. Okay. Okay, love, you got a couple of leap cards. Leap cards are going to be cards that jump from the deck as the reader is shuffling. They don't mean anything negative or bad. It just is spirit putting a specific emphasis on those cards. You actually received 3, which is kind of cool. Usually it's 1, maybe 2. But to receive 3, it's like, okay, this is what you need to focus on. The first card was the 9 of Pentacles. You do have stability up ahead, but you're going to have to stop overthinking and overdoing things. That's going to be of the utmost importance. I think you know exactly what I'm referring to or speaking of. Just things that you keep coming back to, no matter what. Even though you know the situation is going to work out, you still keep falling back and like, okay, what if this happens? Or what if that happens? Best advice I can give you is definitely do not walk into something either expecting nothing or expecting the worst. Reason why is going to be that is exactly what you manifest. No matter what the situation, you always want to expect the best. That I cannot stress enough. Your second card was the 9 of Wands, setting yourself up for success, putting yourself in positions where you find those opportunities, even those possibilities, for you to gain even more momentum. The last of the leap cards was the 3 of Cups. Do you have like a raise coming into play, or are you applying for a job? What is with career?
Yes, I'm
applying
for a job.
Yes, Queen. Okay. Yes. I love it. I think you're definitely going to land one. First card of the actual reading was the 6 of Pentacles. That's going to refer to help coming in a time of need. Now, I will throw it out there that the Pentacle suit does refer to money and material things. So it's the money suit, right? So it also, in turn, relates to income. So I think, and I wouldn't give up hope. Have you been trying for a lot of jobs? Like, have you been just getting turned down left and right? Or people be like, oh, I'll call you back, and you never do? Yes. Oh, love, you're probably getting discouraged. Don't. I know it's way easier said than done, but I'm telling you, you are on the horizon of that blessing. You truly are. It's right there at your fingertips. It's just that spirit doesn't want you to give up yet. The next card in the reading was the Star. That's going to refer to a hope, wish, or dream coming true. That card also does refer to harmony coming back into play. I think once you land the job, everything is going to fall into place, and even some of that financial stress is going to let up. I also want to throw it out there that I think your hourly wage is going to be more than you expect. It might not be by much, but still, in the end, it will, even if it's just by $1 or $2, will be way more than you were originally expecting or hoping for. The next card was the Hangman, and that card fell reversed. I'm very happy to say that. Reason why, and I don't know if you know this about tarot cards, but if they drop reversed, then that changes the meaning of the card. Now, if it were to fall upright, it would refer to you remaining in a state of limbo. However, yours fell reversed, as I said, and that is going to refer to a situation coming to an end. So that lack of employment coming to a close and that gainful employment beginning. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, excellent. The last 2 cards were the Page of Swords followed by Justice. Page of Swords is the start or beginning of something new. Did you apply to anything in like communications or dealing with communications?
Yes.
Phones? You did? Okay. I was going to say that Page of Swords was a little telling. No worries, love. So the start or beginning of that new opportunity followed by Justice, the scale evening out. Now let me pull one more card for you. Just because who doesn't love extras, right? So then the extra card I pulled is going to refer to a situation coming to a positive end or positive close. It refers to a lack of a disappointment, even a lack of a betrayal. So it's definitely obvious to me that it is not only going to work out to your favor, but it's going to be a bit above and beyond. I definitely hope this brings you some peace, love. Maybe now you won't be so worried.
Yes.
You know? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Oh, you are so welcome, my love. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate you.
Thanks.
No problem. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye. Guys, up next we have Billy from New York. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, love. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. What are we reading on tonight?
Family relations. My mother is ill, and I'd like some advice where to go with.
Oh, no problem, love. I'm sorry to hear that. How's the weather in New York?
It's raining a lot. But other
I
than
can
that, it's not
understand
bad.
that.
I'm glad I'm not in Florida, so.
You're right. I know. Oh, our hearts go out to them down there. Oh, my goodness.
I know.
Love, did you quit your job to take care of her? Or did you kind of put your life on hold to stop and take care of her?
I did put my life on hold, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. First card is the Three of Pentacles. That card is going to be all about teamwork makes the dream work. The next card was the Tower, though. That card is going to refer to feeling like the carpet was ripped out from underneath you. So your previous normal was ripped away from you, and now you have this. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. Okay. The next card was the Eight of Swords. Now, I will say, before I say anything else, that eights do refer to direction. So that's very important to know. So while the card itself refers to feeling stuck or feeling stuck between like a rock and a hard spot, feeling trapped, and it is very obvious that you could very well feel that way because it is your mom. It's almost like you have that guilt that you need to, but at the same time, it's that kind of like, yeah, but what about me in my life? You know what I mean?
Right.
You're getting older just as much as her. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. So like I said, I don't think it's going to stay that way. So I want you to remember that. The next card was the Six of Cups. Okay. That card is going to refer to joy. Definitely take any moments, especially presently. Make sure you are completely investing in them and staying present. This is both with her and not with her. And I'm not talking about like a physical passing. I'm talking about when you're in front of her and not in front of her. So when you have your own downtime, make sure you're actually taking that downtime. You're doing your self-care. You're reading a book. Maybe you crochet or knit, or you want to catch up on a series on Netflix. No matter what it is.
Right.
And it doesn't have to cost $1 million. No matter what it is, make sure you are taking that time for you for self-care. That is also going to help you in taking care of her. And the reason why I say that, it's almost like a stay-at-home mom. They need a break, right? They can't constantly take care of their kids. No, you need to have that break. You need the same thing. You need to have that break and that time for you. Even if you just go out quickly and get your nails done. It doesn't matter. It's time for you. Sit in the parking lot at Starbucks. Get a coffee. Just sit there and enjoy the quiet. Little things like that. I think that's going to help you out a lot. And it's definitely one thing that you sort of been putting on the back burner. You're doing it so selflessly, of course. But at the same time, you don't want to be doing it to your detriment. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The last card was Strength. That has to do with courage as well as bravery. Are you kind of nervous because it's like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be the matriarch?
Yeah, we don't know what's going on, and it seems to be me who's taking care of everything. My whole family's just kind of put it on me, so it's like there's a storm coming, but I don't know how it's going to be. This does help me feel better with more guidance, so I appreciate it.
Oh, Billy, you're so welcome, love. I would say, and especially like I said with being the matriarch, right now, everything got thrown in your lap. And now you're stuck to take care of everything. That even would make sense with that card I pulled earlier, that Eight of Swords, where I said you're feeling stuck. Everything is just getting thrown on top of you. I would be very careful in regards to not taking that time for you. I know it's not always the easiest thing to do. There's only 24 hours in a day, but make sure you carve out, even if it's 5 minutes for yourself in the morning when you're having coffee, to say, write out your gratitude list. Little things like that are going to make a world of difference for you, especially since everything is getting thrown in your lap. You need to make sure you're taking that downtime, especially if everyone else is unbothered, if you get it or not.
Okay.
Thank you. No worries. I pulled extra cards for you. Yes. I pulled another one, and it was the 5 of Cups. That card fell reversed. As long as you're doing that self-care, you will not have any regret. And like I said, definitely be mindful when you are with your mom to be present in those moments with her. Don't get frustrated. Don't feel guilty over getting frustrated. You're not always going to be at your best. Basically, it's okay to not be okay. Understand and remember that.
Okay.
The next card was the Fool.
Right.
The card is all about staying present, stopping and smelling the roses. The Fool is the first card of the major arcana. So he kicks off that whole section of the deck. He's able to stay so present because he hasn't yet been hurt by life's disappointments. So he's able to come from a space where, the glass is half full instead of it being half empty. He's very able to do that, to be positive. I'm not saying you have to be a positive Polly 24/7, but it definitely isn't going to hurt.
Okay.
Especially if are you feeling like depleted? Like, I feel like I just got all the wind out of my sails. Like, ooh. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, love. Are you not sleeping well? Like, very restless, I feel like. Very restless.
I'm very restless. I'm very restless.
Oh, love. Yeah. Even when you're supposed to be relaxing, you're unable to. And it's like, even when you're laying in bed, and I only giggle, not to poke fun, but because, my love, I do this as well. You will try to get all settled down in bed, and then out of nowhere, you're like, oh my gosh, when I go to the store, I need light bulbs. Or when I go out tomorrow, I have to stop and get this. Or I can't forget to do the laundry tomorrow. Whatever it may be. I will share this, and this is more on a personal note. I found a little relief when I kept a little pad and pencil on my nightstand. If I could get those thoughts out of my head and onto paper, then I was able to kind of, really relax and let go and didn't have as much on my mind because I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it.
Okay.
Yeah. It sounds trivial, but it really does help immensely. And then as those thoughts pop into your head, just write them down. And then, just like emotions, you release them, release those thoughts, and then you will be able to relax or take a bath at night. That helps a lot too.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll help you wind down, start creating a ritual, if you will, or a routine for at night. And that way you can start looking forward to that and that, winding down sort of energy instead of kind of always being on the go, go, go.
Okay.
Even with the Fool, that card is all about taking your time with things. So not speeding or rushing through things, especially if it's anything involving yourself. You want to go slow and show yourself grace.
Okay.
You're only one person. So just don't forget that. Okay, Billy?
Okay.
Yeah. I know I threw a lot at you. I'm so sorry, love. Like I said, just, keep Post-its by your bedside. That way you can write down those intrusive thoughts, kind of take things in stride, understand and know that you do have the start of long-term stability coming up, but it's going to be necessary for you to not only take that time for yourself, but also enjoy those moments with your mom.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yes. Thank you so much.
No worries, my love. Thank you so much for letting me read for you. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you, my love. You take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Guys, we had 2 wonderful callers tonight. Those readings were absolutely spectacular. They were definitely a blast to do, as well as that reading we did for Kathy. I want to thank you all so much for joining me this evening. It was definitely a pleasure to be doing this show tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed last week's episode with Jen. Yes, stay tuned and look forward to more surprises like that, and especially with the holidays coming up. You know, don't forget the full moon is on the 17th. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of homework. Write down those things that you wish to release. And that way you will have a better time, an easier time bringing in and manifesting those intentions. Guys, don't forget to follow me at Tarot Readings by Jean Rose over on Facebook. You can also find me on TikTok at Mrs._Stiggy, Stiggi. Definitely find me over there. We have a lot of fantastic things coming out this month, including merch. So yeah, maybe pop in and say hello. Also, don't forget, I am available for private sessions. So if you like my style of reading or would like a mediumship session, feel free to contact me to get that set up, and I will get you on my schedule. Guys, I love you all. Thank you so much for another beautiful episode. I wish you all well. Have a wonderful night. Be blessed. Take care of each other. But most importantly, take care of you. Good night, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystical Empowerment Time with Deb Bullion. Live from SpiritQuestSchool.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystical Empowerment Time on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, and welcome to my show. This is Deb Bullion. I'm joining you from the sunny Gold Coast of Australia. I'm so excited to be here. This is my first show, my first time here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. So today, I thought that we would take it a little bit slow. I would tell you a little bit about myself so you know who you'll be working with if you come onto the show with me. And we'll take a caller. But first, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So if I don't sound like the typical Australian accent, it's because I don't have an Australian accent. I was raised in sunny California, and it was a wonderful, wonderful lifestyle. When I grew up, I was in San Jose, which then became Silicon Valley. And I moved down to Southern California, where I was very lucky to work in IT, and I decided to start manifesting. So working with a lovely lady by the name of Louise Hay, I wanted to manifest the right relationship. And lo and behold, within 6 months of working on it, a man came all the way across the world from New Zealand, and it really was like love at first sight. And that was 34 years ago, and we're still together. So from California, headed over to New Zealand, and we raised a family, 3 boys, now all grown. And then I decided, look, New Zealand is beautiful, but oh my goodness, little bit wet and a little bit cold. And so we thought when the children were grown, we would all head over to Australia. And here we are. So coming to you from Australia, originally from California, I'm Deb. We're going to take a caller in just a moment. And after the caller, I am going to tell you a little bit about what I can offer, how I can help you, and what's coming up later this month. So we have Angela in New York City ready to come through. Are you there, Angela?
Hi, yes, I am. How are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay. So, as they may have told you, I'm a psychic and a medium, which means I can talk to you about your life and your future, or I can talk to one of your past loved ones. So, do you know what it is you're looking for today?
Yeah. I want to see if you can connect with my past loved animal, if you can connect to animals.
I can. Okay. So, bear with me. I just want to get them a little bit closer. So I've got 3 coming forward, so I'm trying to separate them. So cat, dog, is that right?
Well, I mean, the main one that passed that I'm trying to connect is the cat.
Right, because I had the cat come in first, but then I had a dog, and then funnily enough, I heard the word bunny. So have you ever had a rabbit?
Yeah, I had like a black rabbit like 20 years ago or something.
Because so they're all piled in. They're all here to see you, Angela. So let me focus on your kitty cat. Bear with me. So this is a very magical cat. Yes?
Yeah.
Because they showed me like a black cat, which may or may not, the cat may or may not have been black, but that represents to me that this kitty was very magical. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I guess she could. I mean, she's not black, but I guess she was magical.
Yeah. It's just that's their sign to me that we have a mystical, magical kitty who is more than just a cat to you. It's like when somebody, it's their familiar. It's their, one of their best friends, if you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
She passed last week, so it's very recent, and it's still it hurts very much.
Yeah. She, so feminine, very, how would you say this? I want to say loving because I feel her just like, you know, when they rub on your legs, when they just want to cuddle. That's what she's doing. So she really wants to cuddle up with you.
Yeah.
She's showing me that she was a pretty girl, but I feel like she had quite a beautiful full face. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, she was 2 years old, and I didn't get the last part you said.
Okay. It was just that I felt that she had quite a round, beautiful face.
Oh, yes, she was. She was beautiful. Beautiful cat.
Did she have like green eyes?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, when she was like a little, like 4 weeks old, they were like bluish green, yeah.
Yeah, because I could just see these little eyes looking up at me. All right, so just trying to see if there's anything that...
It was a scaredy cat, so...
I was going to say, was she the runt? Was she the tiny one? Because she makes me feel like she was frightened, like with brothers, and she just makes me feel a little skittish.
Yeah. I mean, she was young. She's only 2 years old, so it doesn't make any sense to me why and how she passed.
Okay, let me see if I can get her to give me a feeling for what was going on for her. It's a very strange feeling. So did you just find her like laying on her right side?
She was vomiting a lot and like all day. So I brought her to the animal hospital. They did blood work, chest x-ray. Everything was normal. They said maybe she ate something. So they said do an ultrasound. So I brought her home and she was still continuing to throw up, not eating. Then I brought her to the animal hospital. And I guess her blood levels got bad, I guess, from not eating so much for like 3 days.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the ultrasound didn't really show there was anything, but they were planning on doing surgical exploratory, like to explore maybe something stuck there. I don't know.
That's what it feels like. You know those foxtails? You know those little things that are in the long grass that if you get one, it's like a burr or a foxtail where it goes in but it won't come out. It didn't feel like it got to her stomach. It felt like it was like in her little esophagus, like she just was trying to choke something up. So that's what it feels like. Like there was something that she would have eaten that caught. And the only thing I can explain, because that was the first thing I got when you said that, because it was like something coming up from her stomach, but it wouldn't come up. And then I feel like she was on her right side. That's all she is bringing me, is this funny feeling like you want to pull something out, but then she's on her right side. I mean, she says she doesn't know. She doesn't know either what she just said the words, I don't know what I did wrong. Like, I don't know what I ate that made me feel that way, because I don't. Do you have houseplants?
Yeah, I do.
Did you ever notice her nibbling on one? Do you have anything with like a round green leaf? Like not a normal green leaf, but like a rounded green leaf?
Yeah, I have a lot, but I bought her like cat grass and catnip, so she would just chew on those things. So it's like the plants, she stopped the plant. She did get heart failure. Like, I guess she got heart failure after in the hospital overnight.
Yeah, system overload. She just was, it's just trauma. It's just the stress. Let's see what she wants to say, what her messages are to you. I feel like she had a lot of fun with you. She's showing me that you weren't just a friend, but there was a lot of fun in the household. Real lively for her. A lot to play with. She got a lot of love. And she gives me heartache herself. She gives me a little bit of heartache, but that heartache is for you. That is like her heart hurts because she sees you, because they still see us when they pass. It's like peering through a curtain for them. They can have a look at us, and she doesn't want you to hurt anymore because she feels like it actually physically feels like it presses in on you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But I just was it even her time, to go? I mean, I didn't want to put her down, but the vet was pressuring me.
It was her time, as far as she could not clear whatever this was. And it had to be meant to be, because the way she's saying is, I don't know what I ate that did this. So only thing I saw was that you had some really gorgeous plants with green leaves. And I wondered if she had a nibble, but that doesn't explain the burr. That does not explain the burr type of sticky type thing that I could feel in her throat. So she doesn't know how she did it, but it must have been her time. She's not, she's more upset for you than she is for herself, because she's well and good over there. She is still very playful, still having a wonderful time. Now, have you got a grandfather in spirit from your mother's side?
Yeah, I do.
Because she's with him.
Oh, that's good. No.
Yeah, she's just saying she's got people over there. She's fine. You did the right thing. You did everything for her, and she had a wonderful life with you, and she'll just be waiting. They just wait for us. It doesn't matter if it takes us 60 years to get over there. They will always greet us when we arrive. And she's with your family. So she's fine. And I think what bothers her most is how much you're fretting, how much it's hurting your heart and pressing in on you. And she's saying, just imagine her tearing around, like sliding on wood floors over there. She's having a wonderful time.
Yeah, that's all she wanted to do was play. And yeah, she did have a lot of toys. But I just feel like if she had any condition that I didn't know, like any condition she was born with that I probably should have known about.
Not that you would have known about. If anything, like I said, it feels more like esophagus where it meets with the stomach. It feels like there was something she was trying to bring up. So if she had, I know it happens I'm not a medically trained person, so obviously I can't tell you for sure, but I know that sometimes we get folds in our own esophagus, which makes things difficult to go down or to come up. And it just feels like there was something there between the esophagus and the stomach. She's not sure what she ate. It's like sometimes an animal will tell you, I ate such and such, and you'll see evidence of it. But she's not sure. And she says...
Was she in pain?
She was uncomfortable because you know what it's like yourself when you have a cough and you want to bring something up. So you knew she was in distress, but she wasn't in pain. It was just the distress of, gosh darn it, I can't get this thing out. Whatever this is, I can't get it out. So she feels for you because it wasn't as traumatic for her as you might have thought. And for her now, it's over. It's done. She's playing. She's having a great time, but she worries for you. So know that if you talk to her, she will hear you. And know that she is literally there visiting. So you might feel her jumping up on the bed or jumping up. Did you have a gray couch?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, because it's like jumping up on a gray couch. And she's saying she's always going to come back and visit with you. And she hears you when you talk to her. So please, don't fret for her. She is okay, and she is with family.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Angela. I hope that brought you some comfort. Just know that our animals are always there waiting. They hear us when we speak to them, and they do come for little visits sometimes. You might feel the pitter-patter of tiny feet jumping up on the couch or wherever she liked to sleep. So thank you so much. You've been my first caller, and I've really enjoyed talking to you, and I hope that your heart rests easier.
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Bye-bye now. All right. I just wanted to take some time to talk to you all about the other side. When we do mediumship, it's always interesting what people's thoughts are on what will be happening for their loved one on the other side. And they always are okay. They find each other, they find their friends, and our pets end up going to the people that we loved as well. Now, it's quite interesting because sometimes maybe her grandfather wasn't a pet person on this side, but when they go to the other side, they're always more loving and more caring. And I know I ran into somebody last week who I did a reading for, and they had their animals in spirit with a family member who hadn't really been a pet person. But I was able to describe them to a T, and they were absolutely happy that their pets were fine. I'm just giving our producer a little message. Today, and I wanted to talk to you about a few other things. So I thought we'd take the opportunity today to get to know one another. And as I mentioned, I'm over here in Australia. I've been here since about 2008. I still get home frequently back to the US. But I wanted to tell you, I not only am a psychic medium, but I founded and established Spirit Quest School, which is an international online school for people like yourself to learn how to do this. I always say that if you are interested in this type of thing, if you're tuned in, if you're listening, and this is the type of thing that fascinates you. You might watch the television shows and watch the celebrities who do this. You might read about it, spend time on YouTube, TikTok, etc. If this fascinates you, it is a calling. It's a calling for you. Anyone can learn it. Anyone who's interested, that is. It's like learning a musical instrument. So if you really, really wanted to learn the drums and you took the time to work with somebody on how to learn it, or even watched on YouTube, got the right equipment, and practiced, you could learn. And so my story is about thinking that I wasn't a psychic medium, but wanting to be so much. As a child, I could do really interesting things, such as I remember we would go to get in the car, and this was in the day before the internet. We would go to get in the car, and I was 4 or 5 years old, and I would stop and I would tell my mother what song would be on the radio, because I'm a real music fan as well. And she was just shocked almost every time. And for a while, she was excited about that. And she was like, I don't know how you do that. And then she was like, shh, don't tell the neighbors, don't tell anyone you can do this, because she didn't know what to do about it. When I was 6 years old, a family friend passed. And it was a woman who unfortunately had dementia. She knew my grandmother. And she'd gotten, sometimes people with dementia can get quite grumpy. Their personality changes. And her personality had changed quite a bit. And it was frightening for me. And when she passed, she came to visit me. And I remember it as clear as day. And that's the difference between a visitation and a dream. You never forget it. It's like they're really there. So it was a little bit of a frightening experience for me. It was the first one. And I knew that she'd been very unwell and a little bit scary at times. So it wasn't the best visitation. But these things happened all through my life. And I still believed, because I couldn't make it happen on cue, like when I wanted to, that I wasn't a psychic medium. And I was fascinated with it. I did my first tarot reading at 18, and it came true the next day. And I'll tell you more about that another time. And I found my first teacher because I'd been hanging out in cafes and libraries, getting books on this type of thing, trying to learn about it. And I found my first teacher at a local, I guess you call them college over in the US. We call them universities over here, who taught meditation and how to connect with spirit guides, angels, etc., and do a little bit of internal body scans, meditation. And it was fantastic. And I said to Spirit, if you will bring me the teachers, I promise I will share everything I learn. I won't hold back and keep any secrets just for myself. And so I was fortunate enough that there was a 20-year gap in between teachers, and then I had a couple of very good teachers. So that's what prompted me after I cut my teeth in the industry, began to be of service to people giving these readings. I did what I promised Spirit. I fulfilled the promise to open Spirit Quest School. So what do we offer? I teach from beginning psychic skills to advanced psychic skills, beginning mediumship skills to advanced mediumship skills. I teach the Akashic or Akashic records, depending on how you pronounce it, which is reading people's records of their past lives as well. And I'm also a Reiki master, so I teach Reiki 1, 2, 3, and 4, and teach others to step into their spiritual gifts. I do courses like Angel Encounters. There's so many different courses available. Now, each week we're going to choose a different topic, and I'll teach you. You don't have to come to school. I'll teach you some tips and tricks online. I just wanted to introduce myself today, allow you to get familiar with me and know what I could bring and what I could offer, so that if you do call into the show, if you there is something that you want to know, whether it's about a past life, whether it's about an animal or person who has crossed over to the other side, whether you're wanting to know something about your future or your present, you're stuck at a crossroads, I can help you. And also we'll spend the second half of the show teaching tips, tricks, techniques, and letting you know about upcoming classes, online circles, because that's a very casual way to learn and very inexpensive way to learn as well. So each week, a little something different. I'm hoping that together we're going to have a great time. I'm so looking forward to meeting more of you, working with you, providing whatever services that I can provide for you. And I'm hoping that you'll cruise over, have a look at the websites. Now, I'm in the process of updating them to show you a conversion rate so that you can understand that you're not paying what we pay over here in Australia. You save yourself about 40% off of those prices. So I'm in the process of getting that all updated and getting the new course date set with times that are more suitable and convenient to North America. So I hope that you've enjoyed today meeting me, and I look forward so much to working with you in the future. And again, you can find me at www.deb, that's D-E-B, .bullions, as in gold bullions, that's BULLIONS.com.au, or www.spiritwestschool.org, that's O-R-G. So again, it has been absolutely lovely to meet you all today. I thank you so much. Getting my first reading under my belt, working with a beautiful kitty for our caller Angela in New York, was just an honor and a pleasure. And I hope to be able to read for you very soon too. So thank you. And from sunny Australia, we'll see you next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Howie Elise Show with Howie Elise. Howie Elise. Live from HowieElise.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Howie Elise Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome, everyone. As always, I am delighted and excited. And I paused there for a moment because as I was going to speak, it's a little piece of fur just kind of float through the air. I don't know if it was one of the cats or one of the dogs. It's been one of those days. We actually have a guest dog at the house tonight who's staying with us for a couple of weeks. It's going to be interesting. 3 dogs, 2 cats. Oh my. And the little girl who's staying with us, she's darling. She really is. However, she is very hyper. And I'm thinking, well, good for my wolf dog because he's very hyper if he doesn't run around the yard a million times. This might just work out. You know, it's really funny with the wolf dog. People have either a positive or a negative connotation. There's nobody that kind of resides in the middle. It's either, why would you do that? Or, oh, wow, that's really cool. So I always get a kick out of that because you never know when they look. Or there's the occasional, oh my God, what is he? And I share this because I do a lot of rescue work and have over the years. To me, an animal is an animal. I don't care if it's a bear, it's a duck, it's a wolf, it's a cat, it's a dog, it's all good. There's actually a TV series that I stumbled across the other night, and I had to laugh because one of the characters is a caretaker on the property. And of course, it's a vast property. He, if you look around his place, has a fox, has a dog, has an owl, and depending on where you look, there's animals everywhere. And as far as I'm concerned, people who are good with animals have a certain frequency that they put out into the world. You know, they're connected with Mother Nature. They're connected with their own knowing. Doesn't always make them good. And when I say that, because you can have people that absolutely adore animals, they're not nice to people. Considering the world, I kind of understand that sometimes, don't you? The fact that sometimes it's easier to connect with animals, easier to get along with them than people. However, the best way to connect, the best way to really feel centered has to do with being open to people and animals. Now, that doesn't mean that every person you see, you're going to go, oh my gosh, wow. However, just being open with your heart allows you to connect on a deeper level, allows you to, even if you don't care for the person as far as their personality, enjoy their company. Just a little something to think about. All right. Zahana, I believe, if I said that correct, is Zana from California. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? I'm well. Thank you for asking. How about you?
I'm great. What's your thought on animals? I figure while I'm asking, are you an animal lover or no?
You know, when I was little, I used to have a dog, but it got killed by a car. So I actually just recently, in the past 5 years, started liking dogs.
Good. So,
because my sister and my daughter has one, and they have little ones, so kind of grew on me.
Ah, that's wonderful. Your situation is a little different than the average person, though. But thankfully, most people, when they have a pet, don't lose them in that way. You know, hopefully they age and at some point they say goodbye. But what I was saying earlier, I don't know if you caught it, about our connection with each other is actually stronger when we are connected to animals. So you don't have to have a million of them in your home, but having an open heart to animals just in general always benefits you in the long run. So just something to consider.
I agree.
You know, you mentioned your daughter, and she's a spitfire. I mean, really, this is a powerful, powerful person. I know you're aware of that.
You know what? I'm really aware of that. You know, even growing up when she was little, when we offer her, you know, money, toys, shoes, I don't want it. Like, you know, and then the first time she got her work permit, it was early at 15, and that was it. She's a little workaholic, career. I'm proud.
Yes, she's an amazing person. She really is. And you can be extremely proud, truly, because her energy came in so strong and she thinks the world of you too. Even though you don't always have the same view, I know that's tough sometimes with mothers and daughters. She really does hold you in high esteem. It's not just, I love you because you're my mom. She loves you for who you are, which is really cool.
Yeah. She's very, she's non-judgmental. She's very open-minded.
Yes. And on that note, she got that from you, not because you're that way 100% of the time. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm just picking up your energy, where there are moments where you're like, oh my God, why are people so dumb?
Yeah.
Even if they are that way and you recognize it, if somebody falls down, you're still going to run over to pick them up, because no matter what.
Yes.
You still have a caring heart. And I get it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's so funny.
I get a feeling of healing around you, being connected to the healing hearts. And there is just very much a soul connection to making sure others are well. Even if in the moment you're like, oh my gosh, deal with them. But you do have this lovely natural gift to help others heal. And even sometimes it's just a matter of you giving them a hug, or you recognizing that they need to be distracted because of what's going on in the world. You're really very good at that. So that's a lovely gift to honor and to appreciate.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. I'm sorry. I keep cutting off. Apologies. There's like a loop here that I'm hearing for some reason. What were you going to say?
Oh, no. I'm just listening to you.
Okay. One of the things that comes up for me right away has to do with money. And it's interesting because it feels like the last, I'm going to say 10 to 12 years, it's kind of been up, down, kind of everything in between. On a really good note, we're moving into a 3-year cycle where it's just up, which is great, because some of the moments where it was doing this down dip, it was almost like a panic mode. Even though in your head you would say, I know it's going to be okay, we're always taken care of. There was that like, I really hope I'm right. And each time you are truly taken care of and things do work out. Though starting 2025, you are going into this lovely cycle of things picking up, things expanding when it comes to finances, when it comes to money. And that means things in the past that you thought about doing, oh, I don't know if I should, maybe you can say yes to. Anything connected to money.
Awesome. So, and I actually just started medical school, and I just finished, and I'm going into nursing, so I'm kind of nervous.
Okay, so you remember what I said a moment ago about you have this gift of healing? You're exactly where you're supposed to be. You're in the healing parts. And money-wise, it's going to come a lot quicker than you think. And I feel like at some point you're going to be asked to do like a traveling position. To me, it's reminiscent of a traveling nurse or a traveling doctor. Give some thought about that seriously, because financially, it's really something to take advantage of and that you could really enjoy. You don't have to do it forever, but when it comes up, even if you only did for, let's say, 6 months, I get the feeling you would be very happy with what comes in for you financially.
Oh my God, this is beautiful. Thank you so much, because I had to quit my job 2 years ago to help take care of my grandmother while I was going to school while she has a stroke. So now I'm just like, it's time. Thank you. That was amazing. You kind of almost answered everything I needed.
Oh, I'm so grateful. Oh, thank you. And really, just follow your intuition, follow your instincts, because you really are on the right path, doing the thing that you're on this earth to do. It's just that natural gift, that natural propensity to help, to heal, to make sure others are okay. You do it with ease. You do it with ease. There's no trepidation about, oh, should I, shouldn't I? You just dive in. And with the nursing background, with the background, you're going to find that things get easier and easier. The one thing that I want to say, be mindful of, not everyone in your field, and I know you know this intellectually, but your heart's going to be a little surprised with this. When you get full hog involved, you're going to recognize that not everybody that is doing what you're doing, that surrounds you, comes from the same place. Here, they're like, oh, I need to do this, but it doesn't flow as easily as you do. And that's one of the things that you will be recognized for. I will simply say that when you notice it in them, just keep thinking to yourself, they're doing the best they can, because that's where they are in their life. They're not sitting the same position energetically as you are. That will make things easier, so that when you're seeing and you're thinking, oh my gosh, it took 2 seconds for them to go over to Mr. So-and-so and do, but they didn't, and you dive in to do it, remind yourself they're doing the best that they can do in that moment. And you will find that you will be acknowledged, not only for your work, but for stepping in just to be of help. It's a feeling of good citizenship. I know that sounds like a kind of funny thing to say, though that's the overall sense that I'm getting. And I do feel you will be recognized for that.
You know, since you said that, that is funny, because I just finished clinicals 2 months ago, and everything you just said was happening. And I was just kind of shocked, like, oh my God, you guys do this, and no heart at all.
No. And that's what I'm saying. Just remind yourself, they are in a different place in their life than you are. They come from a different place as far as perspective. It would be lovely if they had heart as much as you do. They don't. Many of them are in the position because they can be in the position, not because it's really the driving force from their soul, from their heart. It's okay. They are where they're supposed to be in the moment. You just kind of remind yourself so that you don't take it personally, and you can keep moving forward. Because you will see clearly that you're in the right place, doing the right thing, and others will recognize that. All right, my friend, did you have a specific question that I didn't cover? Because I just kind of dove in there.
I have been in a relationship for a very long time. I've known this man for 20 years. I was just kind of wondering, is it going to last, or is it I don't know. I just feel like we're kind of like just going.
I was going to say, you are best friends more than you are really romantic partners. You are supportive of each other. You are comfortable with each other. There are a lot of beautiful things about the relationship. And the overall impression is you can continue. However, that said, my sense of this is next year, which is around the corner, there is going to be someone else that shows up in your life. And at that point, you'll have to make a decision whether you're just going to continue, or you're going to say, I love you, but I'm letting you go. Did I lose you?
Wow.
Okay.
That kind of answers it.
Okay, and truly, I don't want to upset you. I just know what I'm sensing here, that this is really a lovely person, and there is that very strong connection. And it is a lot of years, though. I get you growing in a different direction than he's growing.
Yeah, I see that. I feel that. Wow. I feel like I'm outgrowing.
Correct. And, listen, it's always a choice, though. You can outgrow someone and yet still have strong feelings for them and want to maintain being in the space together. And that's okay, too. It's ultimately a choice. It's just my feeling that someone else is coming around the corner. And that's when you'll get more clear. Like, do I want to continue and just be status quo? Or do I want to take a leap of faith here and go in this direction where this other individual is showing me that I shine?
Yeah, I like that. Wow.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Let me say one more thing.
You made my evening.
Oh, I'm so glad. Let me tell you one more thing, though, before you run. Be mindful of your neck and shoulders when you're lifting, when you're bending. Make sure to pick things up more with your, if you will, elbows bent. I'm sorry, I'm like showing you, and it's not even on screen, but more that way than just straight out. I just get there being tension within the neck, middle of the neck down to the shoulder. And I feel like you can send that up if you're more mindful of how your elbows are and not just stretching all the time, but kind of leaning in with elbows bent. Okay?
Thank you so much. Yeah, because the way I pulled my grandma today, everything you just said, the same thing I thought about.
Okay. Well, then just got confirmation, right?
Yes. Wow. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take good care, and thanks so much for calling.
You too, and happy holidays. Bye-bye.
You well. Bye-bye. I love that. I love when I'm able to give someone confirmation. How cool is that? That happens a lot with folks who come into the office or who I speak to on the phone on a regular basis, whether they're local or they're out of the country. Oftentimes, I feel that I'm just directed to share something with them simply because they needed confirmation to know that their own intuition is serving them, knowing that they are making good decisions. When we work psychically, it is not just about, oh, this thing is going to happen, which is wonderful when we do that and it comes through. However, at least for me, I cannot speak for another. For me, I feel that it is equally as important to let someone know that their judgment is good, to let them know that their feelings are accurate, to let them know that they have the gift of intuition as well. And I started this evening with talking about that connection to nature, that connection with animals. Healing oftentimes shows up in ways that we unexpect. For instance, you can be out and about doing something, maybe sitting at a park and just looking at the water and enjoying the animals, and somebody walks by and you think, oh, maybe I should say hello to them for no reason. And you do. And all of a sudden, this person who's walking by who seemed a little off kilter, it's a big smile. Just because you said hello, that in and of itself is healing, though the impetus to say hello is intuitive. We all have those nudges. It's paying attention to it. And I find with so much of what's going on today, people forget that they have this beautiful inner knowing. And it's important to pay attention to it. Lisa, hi. How are you?
Hello. Good, thanks. How are you?
Great. Love your accent.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said, I love your accent.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. I'm thinking as I'm saying it, I probably have an accent too, an American accent, which is kind of funny.
Yes, I was thinking that.
Yeah. Did you have a specific question you wanted to address tonight?
Well, I really do. It's more our financial situation at the moment.
Okay. Interesting, because right away I heard the number 5, and I don't feel like it's 5 weeks. It feels a lot more complicated than that. I would say, feels to me as if just prior to COVID, things shifted a bit. And then the last year and a half, 2 years, things have gotten kind of complex. And then the last 3 months, like, oh my gosh. So I just get the sense that there's been 3 different cycles in the past 5 years that have been very, oh my goodness, I'm going to use the word upsetting for lack of a better word, really, where you're trying to reevaluate and trying to figure out what are the right choices? You've been in an energetic cycle that will be shifting. I'd like to say that it's immediate. You still have a little more time here. We're in October? Yes, November, December, January, February, March. Okay. Between now and March, and I feel like it would be no later than March, you will find that you will be breathing easier. You will find that financially things are flowing with more ease. Right in this moment, you're still kind of in that wonky period. The best thing, though, that you can do is take a look at, even though you are in this period of time, even though finances are not where you want them yet, remember that word yet, recognize what you still do have, meaning you still have a place to sleep. You still have food. You still have like basics that you need. And I know that sounds almost trite, but it's not. My sense of this is you're spending so much time on what you want to get to, which you feel you need, that energetically you're not actually attracting more of what you could be attracting in this moment. Is this making sense? I hope.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Even if you don't necessarily deal with the idea of like frequencies and vibrations and all of that happy horse lucky on a regular basis, think in terms of when we are unhappy or frustrated, we tend to think about the things that make us unhappy and frustrated. It's kind of hard to think about something really lovely and exciting when we're in a space of discontent, right?
Yeah.
Okay. However, when you are in a feeling of joy or a feeling of excitement or a feeling of happiness, it's much easier to focus on what your desire is. And my overall sense of this is no matter if you give it attention or not, this cycle is changing. And again, within a relatively short period of time here, you will see a difference. But you can speed up that time frame and you can start seeing more good show up financially if you can shift what's going on here. Because what's going on in your head is connected to your emotion. And it's the emotion that has a particular energy to it that can either keep you repressed or can elevate you.
Okay.
We are in October again, November, December. So I would say really between Christmas and New Year's. So that's a short period of time, short gap there between Christmas and New Year's. Something very significant is going to show up that reminds you that things are not only shifting, but that you can look forward to being really excited in the new year. Now, I'm not saying that between now and Christmas that you should just sit on your thumbs. What I'm saying is really think about how can you enjoy what is in the moment, what is in as best as you can. If you can keep bringing yourself back to, oh, well, I love this desk that I'm sitting at, or something as simple as that helps you elevate, helps you attract things faster, because it is going to shift. And I'd love to say it's tomorrow. Unfortunately, that's not the feeling here. And I think that's true, but it is going to shift. It's just a little more time to get out of this wonky period that you're in. And I will tell you that once things do change, you're looking at 2 years of like, oh my gosh, how wonderful is this? And wow, that's great. Where it just keeps coming and coming and coming. And you're going to be going, I need to pinch myself because it's so good. Then it's going to level out a little. So we are in 24 still. So figure 25, 26. So 2025, 2026, you are going to see things being much better financially. You're going to see that it's almost like magic, because somebody will show up and go, I was thinking about you and I just brought you this, and whatever this is, it'll be like the thing that you thought that you needed, but you didn't have money to go get, or you didn't want to spend on right now. All of a sudden it shows up. Yeah. You will find there's a lot of those types of things happening in addition to more money coming in. Once this 2-year period, 25, 26 is done, 27, 8, 9, all the way to 2010, you will find that, we're in 2024. So 24, 25, hold on a second, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that is, wait a minute, 24, 5. So it's 2032. It's a long period of time. I'm just trying to get a number here. Sorry, I get in that mode, I lose track of numbers. Right. But by 2032, so we're in 2024. So again, once you're done with 2025, 2026, you're going into the cycle where it levels out. And when I say levels out, it doesn't mean that it drops back. It means that you maintain that new space that you're in financially. And that is going to be like, oh, how nice is my life in this moment? And it will be so much easier for you to not even have to think about, oh, I need to be focusing on the things that I love, but it will be coming such a natural fit that from there on out, it's kind of like magic. For the past, I'd say 20, 21 years, you've had some lovely experiences and some experiences that were like, wow, nobody should have to go through that. You're not going to have a repeat. You're not. Just so please remember this. You are starting to move into this whole new period in your life that's going to make such a huge difference for you.
I really hope so.
Here's the thing. Again, as best as you can, get really comfortable with loving certain things that are in the now. And even if it's something as simple as when you get up in the morning, you go, hey, my eyes opened up. And I know that sounds really corny, but being able to see is huge for some people, right? So think about the little things right now. That's going to make a fantastic difference in how quick things move, but also how quick your energy shifts to allow the good to come in. Because letting go of the old stuff is difficult. I don't care how practiced you are in letting go, it's hard. And especially since you've had more than 2 decades of a lot of stuff going on. It's time to take a breath, renew, and allow yourself to move into this new period, this new era, if you will, for yourself, because it's vast and it's going to be such a blessing to you that when the past is done, you're really going to recognize it's done. And I'm going to say too, give some thought to writing it down. Whether you choose to do it just for you or share with others, you have a lot of wisdom to share. All right, my friend?
Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Thank you so much for calling in. Take good care.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
Thank you. All right, folks, it's getting close to that time. So glad that you could join me this evening. Do reach out if you want a private session to 561-755-2166. That is a USA phone number. And if you're thinking, I don't want to do that, there is WhatsApp. It's a great way to call. 561-755-2166. Or reach out to me on social media. You'll find me on all the platforms. And of course, my website, HallieElise.com. Thank you so much for being here this evening. I really hope you have a beautiful rest of your week and connect with nature. Connect with what comes to you naturally. Listen to your intuition. You'll find that when you do that, everything becomes easier and there's much more joy.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mary, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I hope you're all doing really well. I want to go quickly again because I want to try to get through as much. Spirit are always directing me to do readings for the collective, for people who don't get a chance to, get through with their call. And so I try to, pack in as much as I can. So I want you, if you want to participate, to choose between card 1, 2, or 3. Just see what you gravitate to. It is for the collective, so if it doesn't resonate with you at the moment, you can hang on to the information and just see if it comes up for you at a later time. I have been guided to use angel cards today, and the ones that were chosen have got like writing on them, and the messages are quite clear. So I think that I'm just going to go this week with just reading them out. And so the first one that I got chosen for the first group is release, and it's Archangel Azrael. All right, that's this card here. And the card says the end of a phase or situation, a spiritual transformation, and time to move on. The second card that I got directed to was this one, and it has serenity. Everything in and around me is in perfect harmony. You're moving into a time of greater inner peace and tranquility. The angels reassure you that peace of mind is within you. You can feel serene even in the midst of great turmoil. And I feel, like this is really about just making decisions and getting more clarity, for yourself, and just kind of work in that way. Okay. If you've picked the second group, it's the 4 of water, which is this one, and it's missing opportunities, discontentment or boredom. Open your eyes to possibilities. I always love the way these all just seem to line up. I like going to more than one deck because it's just confirmation when you get the similar message from another deck. And this one is declutter. And it's got written in here, I'm surrounded only by what I need and love. The angels want you to know the best way to declutter your home, your workspace, and your life is to take things one small step at a time. Combining small steps will lead to big improvements that will be easier to maintain over the long run. And this, I feel too, really has a lot to do with just falling into the habit of just staying stagnant or in the same belief system. So, it's like a false illusion that you can put on yourself that you're stuck, so kind of like get a new perspective, on things and look at things and work through things differently where whatever you need to apply it to in your life. If you've chosen the third group, this card is the Emperor, and it's under Archangel Michael, and it comes in, it's got organization and logic, structure and discipline and leadership. The card that came out with this was Focus, which is very appropriate for this card as well. I can choose what I want to focus on as you work on your goals and recognize you need to take a step back and really focus on what you are trying to accomplish, whether you are starting a new goal already in the midst of it. The angels are urging you to have good organization and lots of preparation in place. And, you know, this is like really just taking action for what you want, putting in the work to achieve your goals and, you know, the path to success, whatever that looks like. And in whatever area, again, that you want to do. Okay, I'll get to my caller now. I believe I've got Carol on the line. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
That's good. How can I help you today?
We'll see what you pick up, or if you want to draw some cards, that would be great.
Yeah, I do already have some cards because whenever I'm shuffling cards before the show, you know, cards do fly out. There is also 2 people in spirit here. I'll see if you recognize either of these. Are you happy for me to go to spirit? I suppose I should ask you.
Yes, yeah, sure. Yeah. You can see what you pick up on spirit. I have some dead loved ones that are in spirit, yes.
All right, fantastic. All right. When I sat down to get myself ready for the show, I could smell like my space here was full of smells of food, and I have not cooked, and I do not have food smells in my house. I could smell all this cooking, and I feel like this has to do with, you know, I felt straight away it had to do with a grandmother type energy, and she was coming in, well, she was holding a rolling pin, but I feel like she would have maybe liked to sing or have music on when she cooked, but she was sort of like coming in with a very light-hearted kind of vibe. There was a lot of focus on the food, so I don't know if she liked to cook or she liked to eat or good food or whatever. Do you recognize this spirit?
Yes, my mother.
Oh, it's your mother. Okay, beautiful. Okay, because your mom, because she has come in with very specific messages for you, and one of the things that she said to me is the strong must protect the sweet. So I don't know if she sort of like looked at you like in that way, you know, like obviously you're her daughter, but you know, it was like her way of saying she's watching over you and looking after you. Okay. From the other side. She came through also singing this nursery rhyme, which was Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, Jack jump over the candlestick. And she was like, the reference to that is like, you don't have to put out all your fires. You don't have to work everything out. Just like the energy around your reading today is like just getting on with things. You know, you don't have to have everything worked out, okay? To just keep moving.
That makes sense.
Yeah, just keep doing what you want to do. She said something, and I've written it down here because I didn't want to forget it. And I heard her say, no more poison for your soul, only light will flow. And she showed me like this white river of this white light. And while it was sort of snaking around like a river might, it was just full of all light. And then she spoke to me, and she was giving me the song, I don't know who sings this, but it's Dreamer, and I could hear like nothing but a dreamer, you know, from that song. So I don't know if you're sort of like, you know, daydreaming a lot about things. I've been told it's Supertramp. And so you can also have a look at that, but those lyrics in particular were what was standing out, you know, for your reading. And, you know, it's like constantly like hearing her saying, move on, keep going, okay?
I am doing a lot. It makes sense. I'm doing a lot of things.
Okay, beautiful. I'm glad it makes sense. There was also a male spirit around, and he's going to him as well because he's coming in with a lot of similar messages for you as well.
My father? They're together, I believe. They were married for almost 60 years, and I believe they're together. It's probably my father.
Yeah, it is your father. It's definitely your father, because I did write that down. He's coming in. He was coughing or clearing his throat, so I don't know if he had an issue with his throat or if he, just used to clear his throat or whatever, but he came in like kind of clearing his throat, and he was saying to me he's a good listener and he's a good thinker, and he's very and he was like very inquisitive as well. Does that make sense for you with your dad?
Yes. Yes, that makes very sense. Yes.
All right. Yeah. So that's your confirmation that I'm also with your dad, and they came in together. She came in first, by the way, and
yes, she would have. That's always how it was in life. Yeah, she was more outgoing, and he was always in the back. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's come in with a similar energy regarding the messages for you. He came in with a song as well. Now, I don't know if he liked the Beatles, but he came in singing
I grew up on the Beatles. Yeah, my sister played the Beatles, when I was, I heard nothing but the Beatles growing up.
Oh, fantastic. Well, the song that he came in specifically was Let It Be.
Oh, all right? Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I love that song. Yeah.
The song that I could hear was when I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me speaking.
Oh, my gosh. I just got chills. I just bought a Virgin Mary statue. That's really a coincidence. Well, I don't believe in coincidences. It's a confirmation. I just bought a Virgin Mary statue 2 days ago, and I put it on it has a sticky thing, and I put it on the dashboard of my car, and it has a little stained glass, and it's only an inch tall, but it is the Virgin Mary, and I wear the Virgin Mary necklace of holy metals. I'm very attracted to the Virgin Mary, and I sense the Virgin Mary's presence. So when you said that song, right away, the Virgin Mary popped in my head. So wow, that really, I just got tingles. Wow, you're good. You're good. Oh yeah.
Oh, thank you. Because the energy around that was around that. And if you look and watch the show, I'm just going to hold my book up, but, I did write, I don't know if it's, where am I going? I don't know what I'm doing, but there we go, that I wrote religion there on it where I wrote the song. I think it might be a bit blurry, but anyway, and they're both, they're coming in like they're lining up together now. Now, I don't know if you've had any issues, but they're around you and they're wanting to help you with family, with children, any stress. They're like there needs to be some changes, some transformation, moving on, okay? And just new way of looking at things. I'm getting a lot about children and new beginnings. Do you have children already?
Yes, I have 2 boys. They're grown.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of changes around that for you, Carol, all right, with family.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Katie, also known as Katana Star. You can find me on Facebook under Katana Star, or if you want to contact me for a private reading, there is a link with my website. So I just want to quickly wish everyone a happy Halloween for next week. Lots of festivities happening. I mean, it wasn't so huge here in Australia up and, well, for me anyway, up until recently. But look, I just want to say a quick, just a little quick word about the traditional meaning behind it. With in the Northern Hemisphere at the moment, it's coming into the end of harvest season, and traditionally that was from, the Celtic pagan days where it's actually pronounced Samhain. So it reads as it says Samhain. That's what I, originally thought it was when I first started learning about it, but it's actually pronounced Samhain. And it's the end of harvest season. It's coming into winter months. And that is the belief when the veil is the thinnest, to honour those that have crossed over. And I guess, the novelties took hold of place of making it all ghoulish and scary and fun and all that sort of stuff. But it is actually still quite serious, especially for pagans and those who practice Wicca. And it's a wonderful time for, doing shadow work where you can go in and confront things that might be no longer serving your higher purpose and all that sort of stuff. And also too for, the veil is thinnest. If you believe in communicating with those on the other side, then that's the perfect time to start if you're interested in learning. So happy Halloween for everyone next Thursday. At the moment here in Australia, it's still Ostara, which is in the spring time. So we traditionally celebrate Samhain in April, May. But anyway, I suppose all the celebrations of Halloween are happening this next week. My kids are certainly dressing up and they're going to be having fun. All right, so I believe I have got someone on the phone. I'm sorry, I missed the name there. Sorry, who? Carrie?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Carrie. How are you going?
Hello.
Your name came up and I wasn't watching. I was sort of on a little bit of a ramble about Halloween, but anyway. Happy Halloween for next week.
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, what did you say again?
I was just saying happy Halloween for next week, Carrie.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. Happy Halloween to you, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My children are getting all dressed up. They're very excited about it, going trick-or-treating.
I'm excited, too. I went and bought like $200 of like Dollar Tree decorations. My whole house is full of Halloween. So it's really kind of spiritual that you're saying this to me. Yeah, because we're on that same wavelength of Halloween. I have a black cat I feed every day. I have a black cat I feed all day. Yeah. So
magic.
I got mine.
That's magic. Yes. That's beautiful. Yes. And I was just saying, Carrie, it is the time when the veil is the thinnest, So if you're really in tune, you're in with your intuition, you will be seeing lots of things like that. Awesome stuff. So look, I'm excited to do a reading with you today. Did you want me to answer a question for you or just do you a general spread? I'm reading with my Sacred Circle deck today, which is the traditional Celtic pagan deck as well. So that would honour Samhain beautifully.
Well, I am going through quite a bit right now, and I want to be brief because I know you have other callers, but I am suffering. I'm suffering under something that's kind of evil right now, and I just want to know. And I'm fighting it. It's a spiritual battle right now, but I want to know when this evil thing, creature, person will, get off me.
Okay, look, I'll pull you some cards out, but first of all, very quickly, I could go be really blunt and honest with you here. Is this fear driving what you might believe is evil, to be honest? Do you really, truly believe it is evil?
Yes. Yes, ma'am, I do. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay, because I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you that you're feeling frightened and experiencing all this sort of stuff. Well, the thing I've noticed is very common in a lot of people that have encountered similar stuff is that they're frightened because they don't understand what's going on. Often the energy that's trying to communicate with you is just coming across scary and the wrong way because you're not understanding it. If it's looking black, they use light and shade, okay? They can appear as a black shadow, but it doesn't mean they're evil. They use the light that's most easiest for them. If you're feeling a feeling of dread, okay, ask yourself where that's coming from.
No. I want to clarify. I don't feel dread because I'm at the end of my war and I'm winning right now. So no. I have a light at the end of this tunnel, and it's an attorney. I'm not going to say the whole story, but it is an attorney, and he is really good, and it's coming together, and it's very serious what this person's going to be facing.
Right. So this isn't a spirit energy you're talking about. This is actually a person.
Yes.
My misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought you meant that you felt you were being haunted by an evil spirit, and that's why I was saying, is this fear?
No, I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Look, that's my misunderstanding. So, all right. So I'm asking about
this is actually a legal situation,
and that's true. Look, to back you up there, Carrie, that's what I was going to say. Living people are more to be frightened of than those that have crossed over. So it's true. It's true, and that's why I misunderstood you, because when you were saying you were being, I just misunderstood you. I thought you meant you felt you were being haunted by an evil entity, and that's why I tried to say, Anyway, all right, let's get some clarity for you.
It's kind of funny reading for Halloween, right?
Okay, all right. Let's get your reading out, okay? We'll see what the cards have got to say. So would you just like some guidance on this situation, or would you like me to ask a question in regards to the outcome of this or their intentions, or what do you think?
What do you see for the outcome? Because I feel really good about it.
Okay. All right. Let me focus now, Carrie. I'm really sorry about that misunderstanding. But anyway, hopefully someone was listening. Someone was listening that they needed to hear that, because often people do get frightened when they encounter something supernatural that they don't understand, So maybe someone was meant to listen to that who's listening today. All right, here we go, Carrie. I'm going to get you a reading out now. All right. Here we go.
Okay. I'm looking at all my Halloween decorations. They're all over the house. There's so many. It's so fun. I love Halloween.
All right. The outcome, I've got the 3 of Cups, and look what the word says on this, resolution. So hang on, I'm going to keep going. The outcome. There's the 7 of Cups there. That's interesting. Knight of Wands, the Chariot, definitely movement here. 8 of Discs. One more. All right, 10 of Swords is there, which is interesting, in a period of recovery, in the 4 of Swords, and Queen of Swords. Okay. All right, Carrie, I've got some really mixed energy here for you, actually. So first of all, the first card I pulled was the 3 of Cups. Okay, now this is about celebration. This is about resolution. It's about difficulties coming together and you coming together with others, who have been your support networks, even to celebrate a good outcome here. All right. There is also the 7 of Cups here. All right. Now, the 7 of Cups can represent a little bit of delusion in the sense of it may not be exactly the outcome that you're anticipating, because it's often about being caught up in the what ifs of something, or the what ifs. But what I'm getting from this card at the moment is that there's been multiple letdowns in this situation that have led you down these paths of wondering what's going to happen and what the outcome's going to be. This card always reminds you to keep, which is what you're doing anyway, keep focused on the outcome that you want, okay? Because it's so easy to get caught up in the what ifs and worries of everything else. Like I said, there's good energy here with the Three of Cups, all right? You've also got the Chariot.
To be honest with you, I'm not worried at all.
Good. Okay. Well, just keep focusing on that outcome, because this is really a good sign here too. The Chariot and the Knight of Wands together represents a really strong force, especially when it comes to overcoming obstacles and difficulties. All right. You will see some movement soon. All right. This is a very fast moving energy with these two together. The Knight of Wands, to pick up a little bit of the character of the person that you've been dealing with, they can be a bit of a player, they can be a bit of a liar and a manipulator, okay?
Oh, yeah.
In the upright position that they're in at the moment, next to the Chariot, this is showing that you will be overcoming these things, that justice will be done, okay? So that's a really good sign. What's got me a little bit confused here, because the Eight of Discs is here, all right? Now, this is telling me there's either a huge lesson from this whole experience, which I'm sure that you're aware of, that you can really take and learn from and really build your skills upon with this carry, because this is a card about developing your skills and getting back to work on something, okay? So I see this as sort of like really embrace this lesson, even though it's been difficult for you, to embrace this lesson and turn it into a strength, okay? Because the Ten of Swords is here, and that indicates stuff could not have gotten any worse for you, okay? It's horrendous, this card, when it comes out. It does. It means things hit wrong.
I know.
And it's really recognising the pain and the difficulty that you've been through. And again, with this card, there's always something positive to come out of it, that after you've been through this, whatever you can grasp from this horrible experience, turn it into something positive and grow with it, okay? Because these two came out next to each other. You will be in a period of recovery, okay? You will rest. There's a need there for you to unwind, self-care, all that sort of stuff. This is the Four of Swords, okay? If you're familiar with the tarot, you'd know what this means. This is a great card. This is a time. It's relief, okay? I've got 60 seconds left. But next to this, with the Queen of Swords, look, I can see here straight up, you've got a lot of change happening very quickly. But she's beautiful. She's telling you to keep focusing on that outcome. It's going to be all right. You know, keep focusing on what you want to see happen. There will be a period of relief where you're going to need to go within and do your self-care and, you know, just enjoy that big breather. Okay, Carrie, because I do see a positive outcome. The cards are just advising you to really embrace that lesson that came from this, okay? So I've got 30 seconds left. Blessed be with it all. And, yeah, good, huge lessons to be learnt there, but it's been painful, but there is a positive outcome. Like I said, the Chariot's there. You should be seeing some movement very soon, okay? Happy Halloween and enjoy your decorations.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. All right. Thanks so much, everyone. That was me for today. And I will be back same time next week. Blessed be.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Hump Day and happy Wednesday. I am sitting here trying to get myself all focused and grounded, and all the energy has been incredible today. And so I can't wait to see how these readings are. A bit kind of chaotic. Just had kind of a crazy experience with a neighbor. So, oh man, that's a long story. But anyways, I'm so excited to be here on A1R Psychic Radio and the always and forever beautiful Moonstruck TV. I am your mini medium, and I seriously cannot believe, I'll tell you how, for one thing, I was thinking today how fast that the year has gone by, but here we are, it's, almost November, but I the dreaded C word, as I call it, so Christmas coming. And I think someone reminded me, that it's like, so many shopping days. And I just thought, oh my gosh, where has the year gone, But my point of that is that, time is such a thief. So just be present. And, I'm really trying myself to learn not to stress about the future or what's to come, or, how am I going to be ready for it this year? Because I swear, I don't know, maybe many of you are the same as me, but I am a procrastinator. That's the Gemini in me. So I'm literally always last minute with so many things. So, but, it's how I function. It's weird. It's how I get by and be more successful. I know that sounds so crazy, but it's kind of really random squirrel moment story. But when I used to bartend and serve, I bartended in Scottsdale, Arizona for a little while. And I was always on my game when it was like super busy and we were, just slammed. But when it was slow, I was not there. I was just not my best. So it's just kind of weird how we all can work, through different, different times of chaos, or, or maybe you're one that thrives better when you can just sit and focus and have calmness, but not this Gemini, not me. So anyhow, but the veil between us and the spiritual realm is so thin right now, my friends. But readings have just been so mind-blowing lately, and just been channeling some beautiful souls. And I just did an event this last Saturday at a local bar here in Utah. And I'll tell you, the messages that I was getting that were so specific, the names coming through. I mean, just, it was, I'm speechless with some of the stuff, but I sometimes scare myself. Let me just tell you that. Sometimes I scare myself. So, but I'm excited to see how that carries into, today and tonight on my show. And then also tonight after the podcast is over here, and at 8 p.m. Mountain Time, which is 10 p.m. Eastern. And that is, I'm learning all of these, 9 p.m. Central, and then that is 7 p.m. Big time. These are all the U.S. times. So, but I will be on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. Mini Medium 75. So subscribe to my YouTube channel. And every Wednesday night, for the most part, I do a couple hours of free readings and just channel spirits, or channel your spirit guides. This last Wednesday, I'm telling you what, my friends, you've got to go watch the last episode of my YouTube channel. I literally was shocked. So we had a beautiful soul of a husband that came through so quickly, and he had just passed 6 hours prior to this. And so a very new soul, which is very unheard of. It's not common when you channel loved ones in spirit from a medium's perspective. So there was such intention on his part of wanting to give a message of healing this beautiful wife, and they had been married for many, many years. So anyhow, just incredible. And the same thing happened this last Saturday at my event that I just did. So, like I said, hop on the YouTube. How's that for an accent? Hop on the YouTube channel, subscribe. But you can also watch on Facebook, and my Facebook is just simply Mini Medium, because I do stream to there as well. But much easier, in a sense, I feel, to go through the YouTube, just because you don't get a lot of the the scamming type peoples, the trolls as they call them. So, but anyhow, super excited to see how tonight is, and just that bell being so thin, and what messages come through tonight. And of course, it's thinner and thinner the closer we get to the end of October. So even more to come. All right. So the number that I've been really drawn to today. So some of you, if this is the first time ever listening to my show, during the day, I will start to have downloads, and those numbers or downloads will be connected to a soul with their date of passing, year of passing, age. Could be your guides connecting directly with who I'm going to be reading tonight. So the number that has been so strong, and it's been two numbers again tonight, but the number 18, so 18, and then the number 54. So how this connects would be the 18th of the month, of any month. The year 2018 has been a very significant year. Could be the age of 18, January 8th. This is how souls come through 18 years ago. So, every time these numbers come in, they always connect with my callers, either on my podcast or later as I'm, doing readings through my free readings every Wednesday night. And then 54 would be someone, age of 54, born in 1954, May 4th. So the 5 and the 4 being the specific date of May 4th. So we'll kind of see how that meshes with, the callers tonight, or even, my brain is all over the place, or my YouTube live tonight. So we'll see how that comes about. Now, I decided to pick the number 18th card within the within this beautiful oracle deck, or these are actually affirmations. Corrected. So the affirmation for today, for everybody out there, I did pull the 18th card, like I said, says, I choose happy and loving thoughts. I feel good and express love for myself and others. So again, I choose happy and loving thoughts. It's all that beautiful energy that we really need to be mindful of as we put it out in the universe. And then that same energy as it comes back, and this year, like I've said before, it's coming back tenfold. So that energy comes back as I feel good and express love for myself and others. So that beautiful, just, give and take, and that beautiful flow of energy that we really need to be mindful of. Do you ever notice when you're around people that are very negative, or woe is me, nothing's working out, that as you're with those people that, whether it's intentional or unintentional on their part, it just affects your energy, right? It's maybe a lack of better words, it's like a virus, and it just spreads. So I always say, if you're around that kind of energy and you're not wanting to, contract that, virus per se, then protect your energy. Imagine yourself with a big bright white light is what I really try to do. Wear your stones, your crystals, as I'm always loaded up. That can really help. Meditation, getting yourself grounded. So, as mediums, or as psychics for that matter, we really have to be very mindful of that, because most of the time, if not all the time, we are very empathic beings, and just it's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing and a curse, my friends, but more blessings, that's for sure. All right. Well, with that said, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take my first caller, and I have Bonnie. Bonnie's from Canada. Hi, Bonnie. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hi. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing so great, my friend. Thank you for asking. How can I help you tonight?
I would just kind of been waiting for a long, long time to see if my future will turn around and been what it has been. I don't know much longer I have to wait.
Oh, goodness. Isn't it, I know it's a cliche saying, but, they say that good things come to those who wait, and patience is a virtue. And I always sit there and think, well, that's great, but I'm not very virtuous. And so I don't know how much longer I can be patient and wait. So I get it, my friend. I completely get it. And, the human side wants, that immediate gratification. And immediate can be, so, broad per se. So it's, immediate could be, gosh, it'll take 5 years, immediate could be 5 minutes. But, it's putting out the trust out in the universe per se, or trust in God or whoever you feel your higher power. And just once we put that beautiful energy out there, trust, then that's really where, as I see it, the universe will go, oh, okay, well, Bonnie is responding and reacting and the way that, that we feel is appropriate, or that she's ready. So we're going to bring all this, good energy, their way. And I know it sounds easier said than done, but I'll tell you, I'm actually going to pull a few cards for you, but I was just mentioning about the energy that we put out there, how important it is. And we really can manifest, everything in our life. We're that powerful. I think a lot of people, don't necessarily realize the magnitude of their abilities in that sense. So, and you, my beautiful friend, as I'm picking up on some of your cards here, I'm smiling because what I'm seeing is actually a really good sign. But, you really do have a pretty good mindset, as I'm feeling. We all get in those ruts, that human side of, of the negative energy, which that's just the human side. We all do. I don't care who you are. So, but I'm going to tell you some things that I feel, maybe some, some advice, but also some excitement for future stuff. Now, I'm very transparent in my readings. I tell people I don't sugarcoat things. I'm very honest. I'll tell you what you need to hear. Maybe not what you want to hear sometimes, but that's what we need in your life, right? So, I really feel so here in the last, boy, I'm telling you, I'm going as far back as, I'm going as far back. Oh, that makes sense. Tell me, 2018.
I'm having a really hard time hearing. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bad connection or not, but.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying.
Okay, I'll talk louder. Maybe if that helps. I'll talk louder. So, 2018. If I take you back to 2018, tell me, does that year resonate with you as a time of change or some pretty significant things that have happened to you?
2018? No.
Okay, I want you to just kind of think about that time. I mean, we're, how many years ago was that? About 6 years ago. Here's why, because I do feel when I was picking up that number 18 earlier, it came up again. So for me, this is really connecting with you. I don't feel I'm going back to when you were 18 years old. I do feel I'm going back, unless we're going back 18 years ago, which would be 2006, so it's been some time. But when you get the moment to just kind of, marinate and kind of resonate with some of the stuff we're bringing up in your reading. I want you to think about that time and what happened in your life. And really everything happens for us and not to us. So what happened for you that maybe seemed to be, maybe a bit difficult to handle? It may have been traumatic, whatever maybe. I feel that's almost the sense of where the beginning of the energy of things that just seem to be snowballing from there. So go back to that time and just kind of think about that. You don't have to worry about it now, but after we get done with your reading here, because as I'm really picking up on that, I feel that that's the shadow work, as we call it, to really look into and face, be mindful of, and really start healing and working on. You had a very significant change around that time. That's where I just, I want you to think about that. Future-wise, some things I want you to look forward to, I guess, if you will. Here in the next, I'm really going out about 4 months, which I know that seems to be out of ways, but that put us at about February, March time. I want you to just be mindful of even some changes financially, because I do feel that the sign of money comes in, but even more abundant. So you've got some, February, March time, some things financially to look forward to, if you will. Now, another thing too that I keep saying for you is some family resolution. Is there been some kind of disconnect with some family right now?
Disconnect?
Yeah, or family just hasn't been communicating very well.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. I do feel like that's going to come to a resolution. Things are going to start getting better right about that time as well. So about the February, March time of next year. So just, be mindful for that, okay, as that comes. But, I know I have another caller waiting, my friend, but I think the biggest thing I want to tell you that I see that is, I would say, a significant factor is just trying the best you can to look at things in a more optimistic way. Also, you are such an empathetic, just a beautiful soul that a lot of people's opinions and, people's opinions affect you, and that it's time to just kind of, focus on what is worth putting your energy into and what is not. And that I feel is going to be a huge shift in what comes for you in the future, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So watch for that time, though, about February, March, for these good changes to come. At about 4 months, not too long.
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope that gives you some, hope and excitement for what's to come. But I'll be sending you lots of good positive energy my way, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, my friend. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Hey, bye-bye. All right, guys, I think we got enough time to grab another caller. And I believe it's this Tracy from Nevada.
Yeah.
Hi, Tracy. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Good. How can I help you tonight, my friend?
Well, I recently had somebody pass in the family. Well, quite a few people have passed in the past couple of years. But where am I? I don't know where I'm heading. I'm kind of stuck in where I'm going, and career-wise, family-wise, just looking for some guidance.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, let me, and first off, I just want to send you, my love and condolences for your losses. I feel like that, I hate the saying that they come in threes, or people say, it's like, you get that energy of stuff going and it feels like it has to come in threes. And boy, I'll tell you, I'm not a fan of that saying. So, but again, like I was mentioning earlier, we do have so much control over what happens in our life through how our, energy reacts and responds. And so just some encouragement as I say for you, some guidance is really, I love the saying that everything happens for you and not to you. Once we get in that victim mode and that mindset of, gosh, nothing's working out, everything's happening to me, then the universe goes, all right, well, here you go. I'm going to send a whole lot more your way. So, but, I and your question's a lot like my last caller. And I'm telling both of you, you're not the only ones. I probably do 10 to 15 readings a week. And, probably 80% of them are in that same boat per se of, gosh, when are things going to change? When is my life going to shift? And, and we're in especially here in the U.S., we're in such a very difficult, energetic part of the year, especially with, elections and all that stuff. And I never talk politics because I hate it. So, but I do feel that's contributing to a lot of the reasons why people are feeling the way that they are. So, I'll tell you, the first thing I was really drawn to was some relationships in your life. I know you had mentioned career. What's really interesting, I feel like they're meshing together. So when I'm seeing relationships in your life and then career, relationships are really very important, very significant. And what happens in that part of your life is affecting your career. Might sound weird right now, but stick with me here, because I feel like even as you go through the rest of this year, it may even make more sense. But do you work with numbers in your career? I cannot get numbers out of my head with you.
I'm a nurse.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so you have that very beautiful healing energy too. So, and healers are your nurses and, those who work in the medical field. So, but you've been doing this quite a long time. And how long have you been how long have you been in the nursing field?
20 years.
20 years. Wow. That's awesome. I love it. And here's why I asked, because even with your career, I feel that unless you just had this happen coming very soon, my friend, you have a change in the scope of your work, where it may not be so clinical as it is more of the back end or the front end of things, to where you whether it's a charge nurse or whether it's, doing, what they call it, where I used to work with a very large medical health organization here in Utah, but where they do a lot of the cases, to help people get to certain therapy places. I can't remember what things, caseworker, case manager.
Like case management,
Yeah. That's the direction I feel I see you heading. So, or unless you're there already, because it's so soon.
No, not yet.
Hey, you watch for that, my friend. It's coming, because it's such a pinnacle moment right now for you of like, all right, I'm ready to kind of slow down when it comes to more of the physical part of your job versus, it's like, oh, okay, well, I want to apply all of my knowledge, but we're going to do it in a different way. And that's really where I see it heading. More money, maybe, I don't know, but either way, it's going to give so much more time back to you to be able to contribute to the relationships in your life. That's where it's meshed.
Do you think that'll come through like neighbors that I know with being like an office manager?
Absolutely. And that's why the relationship part of it is that you see how that's kind of coming full circle. It's, the relationship with neighbors, relationship with, and I want you to be mindful of, your energy, the things you're saying, how you're responding to certain people, because they'll really feed off of that. And then that'll get communicated to others. And, it's like when I was in the hiring world, I would tell, the younger kids, younger applicants, be careful what you post on social media, because that can come back and bite you in the butt, because it's they're starting to look into that. Same thing about be careful where your close knit of friends, or, your networking, because the things that you say can come around full circle. So that's where I feel the relationship part is very important for you. So yes, absolutely, that can very much stem from the neighbors, from friends, But I would really get ready for this to happen pretty dang soon, as I'm seeing it. So if you've already had your feelers out there and it's been something you've been thinking about and trying to manifest, keep doing that. Keep doing that. Okay.
Now, do you think this job that I accepted is going to be the right? It probably is not the right, but it's like a stepping stone then.
Yes, 100%. It's like I say to people that the universe will bring certain, open doors your way, and it may not be the permanent door that you need to go through, but you got to go through that one to get to the next one and to the next one. So yes, 100%. This will be just that stepping stone or milestone moment, change. That way you can get to the next. As we see it coming, and just keeping that positive mindset with it, even if it's not exactly what you had hoped for, but at least looking at the positive, what it's going to get back to you. I really feel like that's where you're going to see these, you doing what you're hoping to do here in the next few years. So yes, absolutely, my friend.
Okay. And do you see that my husband may end up getting work or anything like that? Where's our relationship heading to?
And yeah, that's meshing with the relationship part, right? Where I feel like, the saying happy wife, happy life, which I always giggle about that. But when you're happy and you're secure, that'll come in with him, and where he'll have that motivation, if you will, or drive to put out the energy to get a job that he wants. So yeah, just kind of, watch where that's coming in. But I've got about 30 seconds left of my show, my friend, but I hope this helps you and gives you some excitement. You're so welcome. It was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much, Bonnie.
Thank you. You take care, and I hope you have a great night. Love and light to you.
Oh, you as well, my friend. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, you guys, I just realized I called her the first gal's name. See, I told this is all of the crazy energy that comes in. Like my common sense brain shuts down and my channeling brain goes in overdrive. But anyhow, such a fun night. It always goes by so fast. So you guys, please go follow me on my Instagram. It's minimedium75. Facebook is minimedium. Or my website is mini-medium.com. And I'll see you guys next week. Okay? Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. It's been a very busy week for myself. So this week with the astrology, we do have a lot going on with the planets. We do have Mercury, which is going to be in tri to Mars, and that is actually happening today as well. So we've also got today a lot of aspects to Mercury. So a lot of things through communication happening today. We've got the tri with Mars. We've also got tri with Saturn. We've also got opposing Uranus and then a tri to Neptune as well. So today is a big day to do with the communication, thoughts, expressing yourself, probably not being blindsided, people who are trying to pull the wool over your eyes. We've also got this week, and it's good, you got till the 28th for the Mercury tri Saturn. And then we've also got this week, we've got Venus square Saturn all week. So there might be a little bit of delays. It could be a bit of problems there with like things like financial problems, or it could be like with relationships as well. We've also got Mars square Chiron coming up this week, which is going to be a bit of frustration. And then we've still got this opposition from Mars to Pluto. And that by the end of the week, that's going to be a right in that opposition, that tight opposition that's coming up. So that's going to create something, it could be to do with like the banking structures. It could be just something to do like with Capricorn. So we're looking at, could be institutions like anything to do with law and order, or governments, or like institutions, like even financial institutions, like business-wise. We might be looking at something like that. It also could affect like housing markets or homes, because we're going to be Mars in Cancer. We're just about to go into Leo. So we do have, that's going to be the big thing that comes up by the end of the week. We've also got Mars sextile Uranus. That's going to be unexpected, like it was strength or possibly even like frustration. But it's a sextile, so it's usually more positive. So that's going to be more frustration. And then we've got Mercury, which is opposite to Uranus, unexpected communication coming up. Till 27th, we have Venus is going to be opposite Jupiter. So that's going to be that is actually quite good for money and for relationships. We've also got Venus tri Chiron, which is actually good for anything that's causing you a bit of like pain to the financial relationships. And anything that really causes you a bit of grief, it's going to be some sort of healing with that. And then we've got a square from Jupiter to Neptune, which is also happening all week. So it's a mixed bag with astrology, a lot of ups and downs that are coming up here with what's going on around the world in our own lives. I do feel like it is a week of highs and lows. I feel like it's a week where people might be trying to hide or hide themselves and not wanting to be seen. There could be a bit of manipulation or game playing from other people that's coming up this week too. But I feel like there's a lot of good energy that's coming up as well, with a lot of tries and sextiles, making people feel more confident in themselves, making them feel a bit more like eager, like they can take on the world and make things happen in their lives as well, coming up for the week ahead. Let's go to the caller. So we've got it's Jamie, who's in Livingston, who's in Tennessee in America. So hi, Jamie, how are you today?
Hello, I'm good.
How can I help you today?
Yes, I was hoping to get some insight on career moves.
Okay.
If I'm on the right path or if I need to change.
feel like you need to do something that's a bit more fulfilling, like sustainable. Like I feel like whatever you're doing now, I do feel like you're quite busy, like you're running the candles at both ends, like you just got a lot on, and you're running a marathon, but you just keep running and you don't take a breath or you're not stopping. And I feel like that, like you are thinking about what's coming up and where to go. I feel like though you're very like structured, or you're very like organized, and you take your work very seriously. It's kind of like myself, like you've just got, you know how to do things quite fast, like quite organized, but it might not be your passion. So it's like you're trying to find your passion as well. Because what you're doing, I feel like, what are you currently doing?
Medical coding. I work from home on the computer.
Medical coding, is that like, what is that? Well, I've never heard of that role before. Do you, is it to do with like medications or something?
I work with the doctors and their notes and stuff with insurance.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying it's not your passion. It's not your passion. No. I feel like you're quite creative, but you don't know how to put that in a career, is what I feel like. Something that where you can express yourself, like maybe use your hands. But like to use that in a career, like I feel like where do you go? I do feel like there'd be some sort of like side business that you would do. I feel like if you were doing like, if you did like community work, I feel like that would kind of tire you out. I also feel like you need a break by, coming to the end of October now, but I was getting by the end of October, like you need a break. You need a time out. I feel like, do you like doing, are you quite creative? Are you quite good with like take like colors and different like patterns and things?
Yes, I can paint and build. Yes.
Okay. Because I'm seeing like, I forget what it's called. I think they're called mandalas, like a wooden kind of structure, but you can like color it in. But it's like the ones who have the different patterns, like it's like artwork, but it has like different patterns and different colors. I'm seeing like something like that. Like I know people would use it as like mindfulness, but I've also seen people do it as in like art forms of art. But I feel like this would be like a side business until you can make it more of an income. But I feel like it's something that gives you a bit of release as well. And I see you doing things like that. It's like plywood, and it's like but it's got patterns and you're colouring it in. So it is like art. So that's what I'm seeing for you. And I do feel like next year, I'm going to say by Easter, there needs to be another outlet here. Because I just feel like if you keep doing what you're doing now, it's like you're going crazy. And it's like, it doesn't stop, or it's never ending. But it's your bread and butter. So it's like, but you are finding this outlet. And I feel like you're able to, whatever it is that you're making, whatever this thing that I'm seeing you do, like this artwork, I feel like you can sell it at like this. But I want to say, yes, I feel like it's going to turn into something more like, even like if you do like the resin, like the chopping board that has like the resin looks like the ocean. Like I just feel like you're expanding, doing other things where you can sell it like markets or fairs, and it's things that people can put in their homes, and it's an outlet. And I feel like eventually you're getting more in deep in that. But for now, it's like you've got to stick with what is going to pay the bills. But I see they're both there for you. And see how long it will take. I guess 6, whether it be 6 years or 6 months, there's 6 for this, for when you're able to do that more solely or look at doing more the creative stuff. But I do feel like it's going to will evolve into something bigger. But I see it's like you're starting to use resins and things and wood and different artwork is what I see. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you. If I hit that right on the head, that's things that I have been thinking about.
Oh, fantastic. Well, good luck. Go it, do it, try it, do it. I encourage you. I feel like you just need to, it's just going to help you to release things. And I just see it's going to evolve. And I get a 6. I kind of feel like by 6 years, you're going to be able to do more of that and less of the other job you're doing is what I feel for you.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you for calling in today. So, guys, thank you for being with me today. And as I say, do what makes you happy. And, you know, sometimes the work that we have, it's not our bread and butter. It's our bread and butter, but it's not what I'm passionate about. So it's very important, I feel, to always have something that you're very passionate about. So it gives you that release, and that's something that's going to make you happy. If you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. So my Facebook is also Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram is Lady DS Psychic, and my TikTok is Lady D Psychic, and my YouTube is Danielle Psychic or Lady D. So thank you, and have a fantastic week, and I'll see you next week. I may be on the road next week, but you'll probably see me in a different location. But I'll see you next week. So bye for now.